not to disappoint anyone right out the gate, is not going to be a stupid game show. But that's okay. Yeah, shucks. But we have a very exciting adventure in store for you this evening. I am joined, of course, by Doxy of the Zero Doxy Twitch channel. You may have heard of her before. She's a real good up and comer. We're happy to have her here today. Bless you. And also Erin, who you guys all know, of course, who is the first and foremost authority that I know on the world of Eberron, which this one shot will be taking place in. And also Wally, who you may have remembered from not the last one shot, the one before that. Also on the Facebook stream. Sorry guys, give me 2 seconds. I have to switch Wally and Erin. There we go. Because for some reason it had your names mismatched, but that's okay. The confusion has been alleviated. So yeah, thank you guys
I
all
was
so much.
muted when I gave my intro. All I said was, please share, tweet, host the streams on every medium. We want to get lots of butts in computer chairs tonight. Please and thanks.
That's the end goal.
Yeah.
Lots of butts.
Yeah, that's how we heal as a nation, is through butts and chairs. All right.
Tell everybody where you're having a butt party up in here. And then when they come in and ask about the butt party, toss in your doxy fart slide.
Okay. Good for you. Well, if you guys are all ready, then let's get started. Actually, I messed up. Buy time for me for 4 seconds, Doxy.
Cool. I have a weird bone sword.
Do a trick. Okay, never mind. We're done. Okay, as I was saying, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just didn't want to deafen everyone by having the volume be way too loud. Today, our story is going to be taking us to the world of Eberron, specifically to the towering city of Sharn. Sharn is an enormous population center with towers that stretch towards the sky as far as the eye can see. Though every inch of the spired city can be different than the last, it's typically broken up into several layers. The underbelly of industry, known as the Cogs, lies beneath the city. The lower city, where all manner of common folk live under the literal shadow of the towers above. The middle city, also full of middle-class citizens, and the upper city, where all manner of business and well-to-do folks make their home. And of course, lastly, we have the Skyway, which is an exclusive area only suitable for the most elite members of society, including royalty, that literally floats above the rest of the place. And on this dreary afternoon, a soft mist threatens to turn to rain at any moment as we navigate the labyrinthian back routes of the middle city of Sharn. And through an old oaken entrance adorned with iron bars, we head up through an old office building of sorts, eventually making our way to a small wooden framed door with a frosted glass window. Painted finely on the door, we see the words, Vivian Chase, Private Investigator. In the hallway, occupying 3 of the 6 neatly placed red cushioned chairs, we see a collection of characters all awaiting their summons into the next room. So let's go ahead and start with you, Mara. Can you please describe what
Mira.
Is it Mira?
Mm-hmm.
Did you change it, or am I just stupid?
I had 2 typos in there. At first it was Burra, and then it was Mura, and now it is Mira.
Perfect. So, Mira, why don't you go ahead and describe what your character looks like and what you're up to right now while you're waiting in this lobby, effectively.
Okay, so she has muscles. Not like, if you will recall, the good Sir Apple. Not like her muscles. She has like Popeye style muscles, only not that big. Like, but those are the muscles that are big on her from her constantly wiggling her fingers to make magic happen.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, she's pretty normal looking. She's like mousy brown hair down to like her shoulders. And if she has stuff that she has to do for her house, she'll pin it back and look more professional. Just a very plain face, not ugly, not beautiful, just plain. She's very plain looking.
Cool. And then secondly, Aries, why don't you go ahead and describe your character and what you're up to while you're waiting here?
Sure thing. I'll be playing Aries. Aries is a Circle of the Stars druid, and he's dressed in mainly normal clothes, and for him, normal is going to be like Han Solo type clothes, but matching the description of Han Solo, not at all. He's going to have like a brown scraggly beard where it looks like it could use some attention, but it hasn't been that long since he's paid attention to it. Scraggly brown hair that comes out. He's got a cap that he kind of focuses and shifts about. On his back, he has this wooden shield that has looks like it was painted black at one time, but the paint's starting to peel off of it, showing that it's a wooden shield. And in this wooden shield, he's put white dots in there that reference different stars and constellations. And as he's sitting in this waiting room, he would be writing in his journal. He's got this this brown leather book that's got a lot of pages in it, and he would take out, he'd write, he'd maybe think a little bit, put the quill to his tongue, write a few things. Then he'd look around as new people come in. He'd get excited, kind of wave and friendly.
Cool. And last but certainly not least, Olivia Dorian, or Orion rather. What is your deal?
Olivia De Orion is an average height human girl. Her hair is kind of tied back, and she has this dark auburn color to it. She's wearing a jacket and leather pants. Her sleeve on her left arm is kind of cuffed up a lot to show off her dragon mark. It's pretty customary for dragon marked individuals to just always have clothing that's shaped around their dragon mark, so it's a proud display for everyone to see.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's just kind of tapping her foot, just waiting there. And eventually she just gets up and starts pacing.
Cool. So while you guys are out here in this waiting room, from inside the room, you have consistently been able to hear somewhat hushed voices, which suddenly take a bit of a rise in tone until something is shouted, and you hear heavy footsteps make their way to the door, and it swings open, where you see a gnome in a fine suit with a furious look on his face. He stops, and he just kind of eyes all of you for a moment, before heading out the same direction you guys all came in a huff, muttering something to himself to the effect of, "This is who she canceled on me for." Inside of there, inside of the office, you see a woman in a fine gray suit with a kind of like a frilled blouse. And she's standing with her hands arched on a desk. She has a somewhat forlorn look on her face, which quickly fades. And as the door is slowly closing on its pistons, she just beckons you in. She says, "All right, you can all come in now."
Fantastic. Yeah, Aries would definitely, he'd fold up his journal and hop out of the chair and follow her in.
Despite how antsy I was, just waiting there, I think now that things are happening, I take my time, like going into the room, and I kind of like just watch everyone go in, just making sure that things are done kind of on my terms.
Like, as you start to go in, I feel like I pick that up off of you, and then I'm just like, oh, just gonna squeeze past you here and get into the office.
Yeah, you guys all come in, and she doesn't move from behind the desk, and she just looks at all of you, kind of like almost as if she's sizing you up for a second. She just says, "Well, Olivia, Miura, I guess that makes you Aries, so everyone is here and accounted for. Very well. Suppose you're wondering what the nature of this job is. I know you two know each other already, she says, pointing to Mira and Olivia. She says, I don't know if you've been making smooth talk with them out in the hallway or not, but this is Ares, others.
Hello,
Good job.
friends.
Pleasure.
Very
meet
nice
you.
to meet you.
My
Great.
pleasure.
Now that we're all friends, I suppose it's time we cut to the meat of the issue. And she says, I don't suppose any of you heard about the robbery that took place at the Kundarak Third Bank just 2 days ago. I mean, whether you heard of it or not is irrelevant, but the place was robbed. And I think it goes without saying that no one robs the Kundarak Bank. Yes, a question.
I did not do it.
I don't think you did.
Very good.
That's not why you're here.
Just to straighten that out. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I kind of sidle up behind him and make eye contact with her, and I'm like,
It's like, I know that you didn't do it. She says, this is the nature of the job that I have for all of you. There'll be a good reward in it, good pay, if you can figure out exactly what happened here. Now,
Embarrassing for Kundarak.
indeed, it is not something that they are taking lightly, as I'm sure you can imagine.
I mean, of course, we're happy to help those who can't help themselves.
She kind of chuckles at that. She says, normally this is something I would handle myself, but I have another case and another case on top of that one, which is piling up. So I'm happy to give this one off to third party and take a cut of it, of course, and I'll give you everything I have, evidence-wise thus far. And she says, now the nature of this heist is quite peculiar. No big explosions. Hardly anyone was killed. By hardly anyone, I mean no one was killed, which is probably the most surprising thing of all. But what I want to draw your attention to is something even a little bit more peculiar than a simple bank heist. And she slams down on the desk a newspaper and then turns it around and pushes it towards you guys. She says, tell me what you think of this. And I have a handout for you guys that I will
yay.
make visible. All players save. You should see that now.
Yay.
Under player handouts.
Oh my god, did you make this? This is sick.
So this is the newspaper that she hands down to you, which is dated from this morning or yesterday morning rather. And she just looks at this and kind of looks at you guys for a moment. And she says, what do you think about this?
I don't.
She
I don't
says,
think about this.
I think the church has a lot of enemies.
that's true. And they have to pay me a lot more than they're paying me in order to look into that whole situation. But what I really want you to draw your attention to is a little side article. She says, look in the margins. A message to the people. And I will read this aloud for the benefit of chat. But on the side, in one of the side columns, not in the headline, but in a front page article, it says, a message to the people. The Artificer Guilds of Sharm would like to make an official statement regarding the rumors of intelligent clockwork beings. They do not exist. The artificers of our great city are entirely original geniuses and did not learn the practice of artifice from any third-party source. The idea of anything contrary to the facts stated above is nothing short of fabrication. If you see an amalgam of clattering spokes, whirring cogs, and dowels speaking to you, it is a golem. If it displays any uncanny intelligence, it is projecting the magic of a more powerful magus, or you are simply mistaken. True intelligence is not possible, even with the most advanced construct. Should you find anyone acting suspicious or refusing magical healing, report them to your local guild office immediately. And she directs your attention specifically to that, and she says, this is bizarre to me that this landed on the front page, specifically when there's so much news revolving around Templar Narvala. The fact that this winded up on the front page, I thought was peculiar to say the least. So I did a little bit of digging, as we often do. It turns out this article was paid for by someone by the name of Brutus. What I found most interesting about that is that Brutus is no mere layabout individual. Brutus goes by the last name de Vidalis, which I found extremely peculiar. For those of you who are not familiar with the Eberron setting, Vidalis is the house that is all about they're a weird one. They're like about commuting with beasts, kind of, and they do all kinds of stuff that has to do
They have
with
the second best horses in Eberron.
yeah. They're all about stuff that deals with living beings and creatures, and like they can commune with animals using their dragon mark and stuff like that. She says, so that is something I found peculiar. Not only that, but this Brutus de Vidalis is no mere low-ranking member of the house either. In fact, he owns the Vivarium in the Upper City, which is a I don't know what the proper term to use is here. A breeding facility, I guess. They make all kinds of. I hear their horses are quite sought after.
For horses, just wanted to be okay. Horses.
And you think this is somehow related to your heist?
The only reason I say so is because when I was investigating at the bank, an individual there, I got a secondhand report that there may have been some type of construct involved. And the fact that these two things coincided around the same time is no mere coincidence, or at least I don't think it is. Could be, but I'm not willing to leave that up to chance. In any case, that's pretty much all I've got so far. You're welcome to double back and dig deeper on the bank if you want before looking into this other lead, but that's pretty much what I've got for you.
So this Brutus devil-ass guy has his fingers in the horse pie and in the clockwork pie.
Could be. I mean, I don't think he's making pie out of horses, but he's doing something with them. But that's aside. Realistically, I just want to know why he would be so interested in rumors of a sentient construct.
It is a little out of their realm.
So, that's all I got. If you guys want to take the job, it's yours to take.
It would certainly prove interesting if nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Well, you know where to find me if you need anything from me, but I'll await news.
An address would be nice.
Yeah, certainly. And she will write down on a piece of paper. She gives you both the address of the Vivarium, and she gives you the address for the bank that was robbed.
So we're working together, are we not?
That's the
That we
idea.
are.
Hey, new friends. I enjoyed this day.
Indeed.
I love it. So,
What do you think we should do, cousin?
I
Shall we
think
go back and
should
investigate the bank?
Go to the bank.
I agree. Best that we have more information before we confront this individual.
I'm very good at threatening tight lips looser.
We'll see if we can find anything else there first. And then we shall pay Mr. Vidalis a visit.
all right. Well, let me know
Poor Aries is too sweet for this party.
if you, I will, of course, be happy to render payment if we can come to a satisfactory conclusion here for the contractor, but I you know what to do. And yeah, with that, she just kind of gestures and sends you guys on your way. So what's the plan here? We're headed to the third Kundarak Bank of Sharn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop like a note to our whoever like is like the ranking like noble house member that we had around, being like, hey, we're looking into this. Other houses are involved.
Cool.
You know, maybe we can get something on Kundarak or Vidalis that could be useful.
Cool. Yeah, always got to be looking for that.
And our machinations.
That subtext. All right, cool. Yeah, you can absolutely leave a note to your contact. I meant like you would know the address and where to send it and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's like our wealthy aunt who's like, just better off in the city than we are, like more high in the house than we are.
Yeah, totally. She like manages one of the like lightning rail stations here or something.
It might behoove us to speak to some of the devil ass enemies.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you suggest?
Well, who don't they get along with?
House Vidalis is really not a player.
They kind of do their own thing for most of.
Kind of do their own thing. Like, I don't know. Who needs horses in this day and age when you have the lightning rail? As for House Kundarak, I mean, they run the banks, they run the finances. I'm sure a lot of people would like to rob them.
Easy retirement. Boring retirement.
Mm-hmm. Can I make like a history roll to find out like if there's anything like?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone in particular who's pissed off at House Vidalis right now? I know that a House Vidalis member recently married the Queen of Ondare, and that was the thing.
That is true. Yeah, so you know that. Also, House Vidalis, they don't really have any like major enemies right now, or really like major allies. Like they, when it comes to like the political landscape, kind of do their own thing because their skills are so like removed from the political landscape in terms of like they're not making weapons of war and stuff. Really, like
no, they're breeding like magical horses.
Yeah, they're just making like magic horses and like horses that can fly and like all kinds of like they just make cool shit out of animals basically. They just make animals into cooler animals and then sell them for a lot of money is kind of their main shtick. With the 14, something else you would know is the place that they mentioned specifically, the Vivarium, is kind of this massive facility that does a lot of the typical like House Vidalis kind of stuff. Something else that they do there is they've in the past like year or so they've been dabbling in augmentation of sorts. Like come in and we'll like inject you with horse DNA so you can run faster or something, like stuff like that. Like basically augmenting like non-bestial people with kind of powers and stuff akin to what's the name of the beast folk? It's escaping me right now.
The shifters?
The shifters, yeah. Kind of almost imbuing people with abilities akin to like what a shifter might call natural.
Which house is doing this?
House
Vidalis.
Vidalis.
So my initial instincts will tell me that Church of the Silver Flame would hate that. And I'm sharing all this information with the party. They kind of guess where we're walking.
Yeah.
Houses of Flame would hate that. House Cannith is interested in all things magical. And they have a very strong presence here in Sharn. And, we're talking about constructs and clockwork. They are the ones who typically dabble in that sort of thing. They could be involved.
And on that note, you guys travel and so you're going to the bank first, right? That's still the plan? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
I think we get like a little sky coach to take us.
I was gonna say,
like
how do you want to travel? Yeah. So literally like you go to what is effectively like a taxi stand.
Mhm.
And the city of Sharn is, again, massive and sprawling and all these towers. And a big thing with Sharn is like something that was discovered as the city was built was that like the buildings being interlocked into each other somehow augmented their ability to stand upright and like be built. So it's just tall as hell. It's taller than it is wide. Um, so obviously falling from bridges and stuff is a big thing, a big problem, and so is transportation. So in the city of Sharn you can get basically like a sky cab, which is basically just
Mhm.
like a small airship that you just get in and a guy will take you where you want to go. um so yeah, you guys can go up to one of what is effectively a taxi stand.
And I mean, we're from House Ryan, which is the house of transportation, right? So I
Yeah.
imagine we just like basically flash our signet rings and
Oh, totally. Like,
basically use our background, right?
yeah,
To
like
just
you
be like,
guys
take us
basically,
here.
your family effectively like owns this business. So the person driving this sky cab is basically going to be an employee of your family.
Mhm.
So like you go in and the guy, like it's very much like a cab almost. It's like an airship with just like a guy in the front. And there's like a window and there's like a door in the
Mhm.
back. And just some guy leans out. It's a human. He's like, "Hi, where you going?" And then you flash your signet ring. He's like, "Oh, excuse me, please get in." I didn't realize I was gonna be taking someone from the house today.
Hmm.
Um, and at this point, Ares would whisper, "I don't have a ring. Do I? What do I show them?"
He's with
I will
us.
I will hush you. Like
Cool. So,
Yes, take us there then, please.
so you guys all get in, and he turns around like over the back. He's like, "All right, where are we going?"
all right, house business, and I'll give him the directions to the bank.
Cool. He says, the old Kundarak Bank. Yeah, yeah, yeah." And he, as he's taking you there, he's like, "So I heard this place got robbed. You guys like investigating that or something?"
Well, you know, poor House Kundera can't seem to manage it themselves, so of course we're always willing to help out a fellow dragon marked house in need.
They're often a little short-sighted, if you know what I mean.
What do you know there, transportation friend? Seems like you know something, huh?
Because they're dwarves, so they're like short-sighted. All right, we're here. And he just like pulls up onto his stand that is like across the street, like airway basically from this bank. And you guys can get out, and there's a bridge that will take you across the massive opening that just has hundreds of feet of city beneath you. And as you get up here, it kind of like, as you're getting towards the bank, the mist does indeed turn to rain. It starts pitter-pattering with little bits of rain once in a while. And from outside the bank, you basically, the scene is about 24 dwarven guards just like standing around, not particularly doing anything. They're just kind of talking to each other, but like there's a lot of security here now. And you can see the front door of the bank has like police tape across it. And there's also a few guards from like the city of Sharm proper standing around talking to each other.
I'll just approach the guards.
Yeah.
And introduce myself.
Cool. As you walk up, you introduce yourself, and one of the guards who clearly seems to be in charge just kind of looks at you and says, well, I suppose far be it for me to deny a house member access to a crime scene, even doesn't matter. You guys say you're here on behalf of
Has it really been that long?
a registered private investigator, so I'll just have to take your word for it.
We're
And
here
they
to
just, yeah, they just step aside and like pull up the police tape for you to allow you guys access to the crime scene. And as you go in, you see a pretty typical layout for Kundarak Bank. It's pretty large. And there's lots of like various sitting areas with like desks and stuff where people can prepare deposits and that kind of thing. And in the far end, you basically see a single metal door, and several like clerk desks, which are all behind like thick layers of what is magically enhanced glass. And you would know, like all of you guys would just know this from living in the city or being in the city, that generally the way this works is the front is completely separated from the back. So like if you're making deposits and stuff, it happens through these clerks and like they bring it out to the back and stuff, unless you have like a safe deposit box or something. But this is also not one of their major branches, so they don't really have like a safe deposit box set up here like the way some of the other banks do. This one is kind of built more to cater towards like middle class citizens of the middle city. And you would see in here is a few dwarves like kind of cleaning up, like just there's some debris and stuff on the ground that they're just like taking care of, things that have been like knocked over and papers that have been put in disarray, likely from when the break-in happened. And you see one individual who is a pretty large dwarf with a big long black beard that is very well maintained with kind of like bits of gold and finery in it, and he's like directing people quite crassly. Like you can tell he's very frustrated right now. He's just giving that aura of menace, basically the way that a bank manager whose bank has just been robbed can. Yeah.
I'd like to try to soothe him.
Sure. So what are you doing?
I would walk up and I'd say, I'm so sorry to take some of your precious time. But we have a few questions. We think we can help you.
He just looks over and he's like, ugh. More questions, I suppose. Well, who are you? Who am I talking to?
Oh, well, my name is Mira, and I am very skilled in the art of procuring information.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Great.
I hand it over to Ares.
I'm gonna be ignoring this man and just surveying the scene.
Okay, sure. Ares, do you say anything when she gestures to you?
Looks over at Mira and that me. Yes, friend. We're here to figure out what's going on. I'm sure that you could help us with some clues or information or guide us on a path.
Mm-hmm.
He takes out his journal and he's like waiting.
We understand if you yourself are too busy, seeing as that you're obviously a very important man around here, but I know that your information will be the most thorough.
He says, all right, enough with the patronism. I get it. I'm important. I own a bank. Great. Let's move past that. I can tell you the same thing I told the guards. I'll tell you the same thing I told that private investigator. I'll tell you the same thing I told the reporters. We were running our business. Nothing out of the ordinary. Some guy wearing a big dusty cloak just comes in 2 seconds. He manages to get past the initial guards through that door, and he points at this like very sturdy looking metal door. He says, onto the other side of it, back towards the vault. He says, poor Horton, one of my men, tried to stand in his way. He cut his arm off with surgical precision in a matter of seconds, left it on the floor, left Horton reeling, managed to blast his way into the vault, which is something that I've never seen happen before. We test those things. You wouldn't believe how much we test those things, or maybe you would. It's kind of our whole deal.
Explosives.
It was, I don't know what it was. It was some kind of magical explosion. But whatever it was, it bore a hole through that vault door exactly large enough for him to fit through. He got to the other side, got what he was looking for, which was gold, obviously, and then just like that, he was gone in a flash. Ran back out through the front door, somehow managed to evade all of our guards, and then vanished into the city with 10,000 gold pieces. I assume he put them in some type of portable hole or a bag of holding or something, but that's the other thing which is truly bizarre about this, is it was exactly 10,000 gold pieces, not a crown more or less. we still have another couple 100,000 in gold and platinum pieces back there, which are untouched. So
these gold pieces, did they belong to anyone in particular, or just stacked up? And
says it was just general liquid funds that we keep at the bank, you know. I mean, collectively they belong to all of our customers, but we're insured against it. We're not gonna go under by any means, but it's still 10,000 gold pieces that were stolen. Why they didn't take more, I don't know. It certainly doesn't look good for me. I'll tell you that much for free. And for you, Olivia, if you want to go ahead and roll me a investigation check while you're surveying the scene. Oh my god, hell yeah. So you find evidence to pretty much corroborate what I just explained. You know, there's evidence of a disturbance of lots of people moving around, but there isn't evidence of really a fight. It's more of like a ransacking or a scuffle. Like there's papers and crap like all over the floor, as if a lot of people who were scared moved out quickly and all the guards rushed in quickly. And like you see little scuffs of like boots on the ground and stuff as people were moving fast. But there's no like axe wounds in walls. There's not really any scrapes in any of the walls even. The only evidence of violence you find is the vault door itself, which is propped open, has a massive hole in it, which is probably about 3.5 feet in diameter. And it's just like slag. Like whatever hit this melted it. And this door is made of adamantium. So whatever bore through this was able to just melt it quite quickly. And you also do find, kind of sprayed up along one of the walls, there is a blood stain near the door. And that's really the only evidence.
Disarmed.
Literally. That's really the only evidence of that kind of stuff you find. Inside the vault, they've since definitely moved all of the other currency, likely to one of the other banks that hasn't just been robbed. So there's nothing really in the vault. But you do find, since you're on a nat 20, both on the floor, kind of around the vault area, and also near that door where the biggest points of struggle and contention were, some scuff marks along the ground that are like very fine. And whatever made them was clearly like the foot was not like a humanoid foot. Like it's almost as if you were to take like a couple inches of like a metal and scrape it along the floor or something like that. But yeah, and it's apparent to you that this isn't like from a weapon. So if you were to assume that it's from someone, it would have to be someone very small or someone very thin of frame.
Interesting. Okay. Can I discern anything about the magic that was used here? To explode these doors? Or no?
Investigate on a nat 20, yes. I will need an Arcana check as well.
Yeah.
But it's pretty dang good also. Yeah, so with those two fantastic rolls, you can definitely tell that whatever poked this hole in this door was, speaking in game terms, would have been equivalent to force damage. Like, this was done by something that could not really be resisted by anything. Like, this was just raw magic damage that was output very specifically. Like, in a specific tube of force to just do exactly this thing. And something that could do that as quickly as they're describing is definitely not something that would be readily available to most people, for sure.
I'll come back and I'll pull my companion aside and I'll fill them in on the details that I found. You know, the light scrape marks on the floor that indicate like an unhumanoid light creature. The hole in the wall to me says some kind of magical item unique to that task.
Yeah, that struck me as well. That the hole was just the right size, and that he took exactly 10,000 gold pieces, no more, no less.
Does 10,000 gold pieces buy nowadays? Why would it be an exact amount?
Well, and I I know that like spells cost like a certain amount of gold,
Mhm.
right, Josiah?
Oh
Speaking
yeah,
of the-
especially with that Arcana check, but just in
Yeah.
general, you would know that.
So I would say that, to me, such a specific amount of gold means one of three things. That's the exact amount they needed for a particular spell to be cast. They need to pay somebody off. Or it's the amount that the bank could lose and still be financially stable. And that I will turn to Mr. Kundarak.
Yeah.
And I will just say, that man who lost his arm, can you tell me more about him?
Says, ugh, poor son of a bitch. Horton is his name. It's like second week on the job. He stood right in front of the assailant just like he was supposed to. He lost his arm for it. Now, the weird thing about it is he didn't start bleeding out or anything. That arm came off, and it was done in such a way that he was fine. I mean, he was still missing his arm, but he wasn't bleeding to death or anything. He was reeling because it hurt a lot, but aside from the physical pain, he wasn't bleeding out. He was no worse for wear. He was up on his feet within an hour. So I don't know if you want to. He probably got a better look at the thing. If you wanted to speak to him, he's currently awaiting his insurance to come through. They're gonna put his arm back on for him. The cut was so clean that they're gonna be able to. Thank goodness. But yeah, he's just kind of spending his leave time hanging out at the Wise Cup. I don't know if you know that place in the lower city. An old hangout of his.
So what I'm hearing is the only one hurt your bank was the individual who was new and perhaps not as familiar with your practices or the people here. It was done in broad daylight where everyone could see it. But only a relatively small amount was taken and nobody else was hurt.
Go on, he says and folds his arms.
And
I
the
don't think
man's-
I have to.
And Horton's arm was fine, even though it was severed. That is
He's-
interesting.
Correct.
Was it
he
cooked?
looks at you and he opens his mouth as if he was about to say something important. And then when you say that, he goes, "I'm sorry. Was his arm cooked?
Was there a smell? Was it like?
Was it
Cauterizing.
cauterized? No.
Could you smell flesh burning or something?
His wound was not cauterized. It was as if cut around the blood vessel, something I've never seen before. And to your point, Miss D'Orion,
I'm not making a point. I'm just
I don't
pointing out
like.
facts.
I don't like what you're inferring.
It's really unfortunate what I'm inferring, and like I said, I haven't said anything. I'm just pointing out details that you provided, and it would be awfully unfortunate if somebody were to also provide those details to the Cornberg Chronicle with
Mhm.
more like sinister motives than I have,
Look,
which is just merely to help you.
whether you're saying it or not, I don't like what you're not saying. I don't like what you are saying. I think it's time for you to leave.
If you think of anything that could help you, please let us know, and I'll just like hand him my contact information.
It's like a business card.
Yeah.
Before we go, Arius wants to the two dwarves that were sweeping up wants to go look and just kind of approach him and look in the pile and see if kind of just casually look down and see if there's anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, you can roll a perception check for sure. 11. 11's not terrible. It's not amazing. But regardless, you don't really notice anything out of the ordinary. You see like half filled out like deposit slips and stuff, like as if this was all just stuff that was like on tables that got kind of thrown around when a literal bank robbery happened. Nothing strikes you as out of the ordinary. Most of it is just like I said, half filled out slips, like blank forms, stacks, envelopes, maybe some business cards of some of the bank employees, the odd like gold piece here or there, which the dwarves cleaning up are happy to pocket as they're doing so. That kind of thing.
Right. He'll kind of shake his head a little bit. Good work, you two. You keep it up. You're doing good service here. Head out.
One of them just like ignores you. The other one looks at him and is like, "Thank you." Like
You're welcome. You're going to be somebody someday. Don't let anybody tell you different.
he just looks at you and is like, "Yeah," and he just like starts sweeping with renewed vigor.
Very good. Hey, wait up, everyone. I'm coming. Hold on.
Cool. So you guys exit the bank. So what's the plan now? Are you going to the Wise Cup to try to find Horton, or are you going to talk to other guy, or are you doing something else?
I'm ready to go talk to Mr. Vidalis. Unless
thought
you guys
we were-
have something else.
I
I'm
thought we
also
were going-
ready.
I thought we were going to talk to Horton. I thought we were going to follow the lead.
Oh,
What's
we
happening?
should ask what the person looked like that did this to him.
He's missing an arm.
Variable?
He should stand out then.
Should be easy to find. Okay, so we're going. I'm hearing that we're going to the Wise Cup.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So the Wise Cup is in the lower city, which is basically going to involve you taking a similar skiff ride, a sky cab over to what is effectively a giant elevator, and you just get in, and it's going to take you down to the lower city. And not that it was particularly bright or sunny in the middle city, but as you kind of get down into the lower city, you can almost feel the like layer of grime as you walk into it. Like you step off of this massive spire elevator, and you can practically feel like a film come over you almost. And like even the rain, which is the same rain as what was falling above, falling down here, it just feels dirtier for some reason. And the address that he gave you is not too far away. The Wise Cup is in the western quarter of the lower city. And you can pretty easily navigate your way there given the address that he gave you. And you come across eventually what is a dive bar that just has a sign outside of it that says the Wise Cup, and it has like a magically created animation or magically created, it's not even really animation, it's an actuality of like a cup pouring over, and it's like pouring out liquid and then going back up, but it's like kind of broken, so it's like janky and stutters halfway between and that kind of thing. And yeah, you are presented with this dive bar, so I imagine you guys are going in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
drag us to a map. Not that we're in combat, but just
Take off a handkerchief to open the door.
Yeah, so you
I don't
guys
want to touch it.
very wise. You guys enter here, and can you all see the battle map?
Can.
Okay, cool.
The what?
So this is the regular map. So this is the Wise Cup. Looking around, on the northern side, you see a bar rife with patrons, all kind of like downtrodden looking individuals, just kind of having a drink and a laugh. You see a few shady looking individuals sitting around. In the center, you see what is clearly like a fighting pit of sorts. There's no one in it right now, but the ground is somewhat stained with blood, and there's like a drain in the middle of it. And towards the very south wall, you see a huge warforged individual. And it's just kind of, it's not doing anything. It's just like sitting there, this hulking warforged, sitting there with its back against the wall on like a bench, just like with its arms folded, not even like really saying anything, just kind of like looking around at the patrons. And of course, on the north end towards the center of the bar, you do indeed see a dwarf who looks a little down on his luck with a brilliant red beard, and he does indeed only have one arm, and he's just like staring into a tankard of ale.
Now, wasn't he supposed to be getting that arm fixed? Does he have it like on ice or anything?
They said he was waiting on his insurance to come through.
Right on. What do we do? Are we out front or do we just go and casually?
I think if we all approach him, we might scare him. You seem very friendly.
I'd
Aries.
love to talk to him. I think that would be great.
Lovely. I will go do something else.
I will also speak with him.
Okay, so
You shall do it.
You guys have control of your tokens, or you should at least.
As I walk away from you, I look back at you and I'm like, "Give me a beer."
Okay, so Aries is going over to talk to Dwarf Guy. What are the other two doing?
I think Mora also wanted to talk to him, right? Mira?
Yeah,
Or
Mira's
Mira?
going
Okay,
with
so
it.
you-
And when she looked back at Olivia and was like, "Get me a beer."
Okay, so you guys
going
are
to
going
the
to talk to
bar.
him. I was like, you guys are walking to the bar. But that's okay.
I guess I will like casually, like maybe like grab a drink really quick, and then I'd like to kind of go. I'd like to listen in on people.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Like,
so-
is that within earshot of these guys?
yeah, you can roll a perception check.
Neat.
Fourteen's not bad. Yeah, these guys are all quite drunk, and they seem to be playing a card game that they're only really half playing. And you overhear one of them just like, she had it covered. The Silver Flame is so up their own ass. They think they know what's best for everyone. And one of the other guys is like, you should keep your voice down. You don't know who's listening. They all kind of look around, and like one of them, roll a stealth check real quick. Just to see how inconspicuous you're looking. Okay, yeah. None of them really like look at you specifically, but they all kind of look around, and one of them is just like, "I heard it was a former lover scorned." Like they're just talking like nonsense
Yeah.
gossip about the news.
Mhm.
But yeah, so while you're doing that over at the bar, you guys approach. And what are you saying? Or who's saying what?
Wealth-wise, I mean, we have a decent amount of like adventurers gold at 3rd level, right?
Oh yeah, you guys would have like a few hundred gold pieces at the
Okay.
very least, for sure.
Oh,
Oh,
I don't know about you, but I can use a drink. It looks like everyone needs a drink. Bartender, how about a round for the entire place? On me. And
He
then
comes over and is like, "All right," and he like rings a bell. He's like, "That's a round.
oh,
Thanks to this
yes,
gentleman."
I did that.
And
And
everyone's
then I'll
like,
look at the dwarf, put his hand on his shoulder, and be like, "Oh man, I've had the roughest day. You just wouldn't believe."
oh, oh.
he just
But
like
it-
looks.
Ain't that right, Mira? This just saw this day.
He
Uh,
looks up at you and just goes, "Yeah, I think I could believe it, but go
Oh,
on."
yeah. Oh no, Joe. What happened to you today, my friend? I can't be worse than what happened to me. I've had such an awful day.
He says, "Well, technically yesterday, but," and he like pulls his cloak back, and you see two things. For one, his arm is just not there, and he has it like tied off in like a little tourniquet around the shoulder. You also see his arm slung over his back, which is in like perfect condition. It's clearly being preserved with some kind of magic. And he just says, "Some absolute insane son of a bitch cut my arm off yesterday. And now they're telling me that there's a problem with the insurance, so I'm waiting for that to go through. And until then, I guess I'm just drinking ale with one hand." And he like moves his shoulder to grab his ale and is like, "Ugh." And then he reaches with his left hand to like grab it. He's like, "And it was my axe swinging arm too."
Sir, which insurance company do you speak to? I would like to speak to them for you on your behalf.
He says, "Oh, it's just the Kundarak insurance. You know how these things go. I don't know if you're part of a house or whatever, but sometimes these bureaucratic things take time, I guess."
How much?
Don't get me wrong, I'm not speaking ill of House Kundarak. I'm just saying.
No, of course not.
Sometimes it's an inconvenience.
Just I slip him a card and I'm like, I'm very good at persuading and procuring truth.
Says, well, I appreciate that.
Pro bono. Nobody
I'm
deserves
sure it'll
to
only
go
be
through.
another day or so, but thank you.
All right.
Hopefully. In any case, scary lady, guy who buys ale, what do I
That
call
is
you?
he. I am Aries, and he'll go and he'll shake the hand that's on his back.
Okay. He
And-
says, and you, madam?
I am Mira. She doesn't laugh.
Yeah.
She's just she's like trying to cover her shock.
Yeah.
And
He-
is like, I am Mira.
Cool.
Mira. My name is Mira. Sorry.
He actually laughs at your gesture, Aries, and he just looks and says, well, all right. Says, my name is Horton. It's a pleasure to meet you both. It's a pleasure to meet you both. And at this time, the bartender comes over and like slides a glass of ale, and he raises his glass to like, or his tankard rather, to cheers to you guys.
A couple extra for this one here.
Yes. So throughout this conversation, does he seem genuine?
You can roll an insight check.
Yay. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's a great insight. Yeah, he seems like a pretty genuine dude. He's just hanging out here, drinking away the time while he's waiting for his insurance to come through so that his arm can get reattached.
So, my friend, how many people perished in this accident?
He says,
It looks like something went through there pretty hard.
there's no accident. Says, I'm sure you've heard of the bank that was robbed just up above in the middle city, the third Kundarak bank. Yeah.
You robbed the
worked-
bank.
I didn't rob the bank.
Oh.
I worked there to try to stop someone from robbing the bank. They robbed it anyway, cut my arm off. And,
Did you get a good look at him?
yeah, well, that's the thing that no one else seems to believe. At first, I thought it was a Warforged or something kind of like that. He says, kind of like gesturing over his shoulder at the big Warforged gentleman on the other side of the room. He says, maybe like one of their stealth models or something. I don't know, but I don't think it was a Warforged. Whatever it was definitely not any biological race that I've seen before.
And
Even if it was a changeling, I think that's out of the question. It was too far gone. It was bizarre. It wore skin on most of its body, but when I looked into its eyes, I could tell that thing was not human.
do you mind if I just note this down?
What are you, a copy writing a book?
She's writing a book.
Roll a deception check.
While he like looks away or whatever, I just make eye contact with the gnome, and I'm like, and I indicate the card.
He yeah, that's a decent deception. Let me roll. Oh my god.
That's so funny.
So funny. Yeah, he believes you. He goes, huh. All right, well, as long as you get my name right in the book, I guess it's fine. You're in like a true crime novel or something. That's kind of interesting. Anyways,
Horton, correct?
I thought that you were-
Horton.
you got it. Only one and only. I thought you might have been with that with the newspaper. But what was her name? Deanna. But
Definitely not with the newspaper, no. So he wore skin.
yeah, well, you look kind of like a human but I don't know. There was like a malevolent intelligence in its eyes. I could tell that it knew what it was doing. And I could tell that it was just reacted the way that a person reacts to you, not a machine, you know? I don't know. When I tried to tell that to the boss, they just sent me out and said it was nonsense. But I'm positive that there's something else going on here.
I believe you. How could your wound be so pristine?
Well, that's what I said. It was
How could he get
obviously
past all of those guards that have stopped so many robberies?
it obviously hurt, but it extended one of his arms to me, which at first looked fleshy, and he like holds up his one arm or hand that he has that is still attached to his body. He says, but it quickly, the illusion faded as some type of blade extended out of it.
So it
And that
was
was
an
what took my
illusion
arm off.
magic and not actual skin.
I mean, that I don't know. That'll take someone wiser than me to determine what that was. But whatever it was some kind of trickery. Blasting through that door, I've never seen anything like that before either.
What did it use to blast through a door?
Well, again, what I saw was it simply extended its other hand towards the door, but it was beneath a cloak, so I didn't get a good look at it, but it had either some part of it or something that it was holding that was able to create a pretty substantial explosion.
Why did it attack you?
I was the only one who managed to get in front of it before it got to the door, which I guess was my big mistake. But hey, once they get my arm back on, it's a story to tell, and hopefully it'll prove to the boss that I'm worth keeping around at least.
Yeah, it's good to have a few extra hands on running.
You're telling me.
Horton, I'm curious. What did it look like when the flesh turned to metal?
It literally looked like some type of clockwork machinations bursting out from underneath. It left tatters of the skin behind as it came forth.
Kind of like this. And then she whips out her bone knife.
Yeah, but much more explosive.
Okay.
Just-
She slurps it back in. Just acts like it's the most everyday thing.
Yeah, he's like a little bit too drunk to be phased by that. He's just like, whatever, man.
That's the first time Ares did that. He's gonna roll a Constitution, make sure he doesn't pass out. After saying this.
Nerves. But yeah.
Well, and then once again, we kind of believe him up to this point.
Thank you.
Yeah,
very
he
much.
Seems
yeah,
like
and he
full
sees
self.
everything he says seems
Delicious.
truthful.
And
He says
wanna
to you
try
guys
about
too. He says, "Crazy, you're only the second, I guess second and third people who have actually believed me. I don't understand what's so hard to believe about a clockwork creature that isn't a golem."
who else have you talked to, my friend?
Says, "Well, like I said, there was that reporter from the Sharn Inquisitive. What was her name? Deanna.
Diana.
She was asking all sorts of questions about it, but
Oh,
yeah."
interesting. Okay.
And she also believed me, so
I'm sure she
maybe
did.
I'm not crazy.
I'm sure she did. Well, cheers to you, my friend. Hopefully you get your stuff fixed, because that looks absolutely terrible. Not to rub it in.
You know, I says, "Well, hopefully I'll be back at work by the end of the week. Thank you." And he takes a big drink out of his tankard.
Yeah, Ares is just gonna when he's drinking, he's just gonna look over at Mira and just like,
Horton, one last thing.
Mm.
Is there anything that you feel you've left out of this story that would be good for my book? Only true things.
No.
Okay. Now you get a hold of me if that insurance gives you any more trouble.
Mm-hmm. I'll do that.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I indicate a couple more for Horton and throw down a gold piece.
At this point, there's just like 8 beers lined up on the counter. He's like, sick. Sounds good. And when you do that, the bartender's like, should I just bring a bucket or like, to which Horn's like, oh yeah, a bucket will do just fine. Okay. Olivia, what's going on with you? Do you do anything else while you're waiting for them? Because that was kind of a long conversation, or you're just hanging out waiting for them to finish up?
I think I'll just hang out, wait for them to finish up. I'll listen to like people's conversations too.
Yeah. Mostly
What's
just
guys
your typical drunken talk. People talking about
These guys all by themselves.
This
Being
guy
all
down
sketch.
here, this guy down here is just pulling your classic mysterious stranger vibe. He's not really doing anything. He's just sitting there with his feet up on the table, drinking wine alone with his hood up, looking like an edgelord. And the Warforged individual is just kind of like sitting up against the wall with his arms rested, like scanning across.
He's a Warforged. Who could say what he's up to? Who knows the inner workings of their mind?
Pretty much. Cool. So you guys finished up with that conversation.
His feet don't look like they match the scrapings of the crime scene, right? He's
Just-
much too heavy.
Just looking at him,
Yeah.
like he's double the size of your average humanoid and probably weighs 6 times as much.
And everyone here like looks human, right?
Yeah. Everyone in this tavern looks human, except maybe the guy who's lurking in the corner. It's very hard to tell because of the whole hood situation.
Give him a little insight check.
Yeah, sure.
Mostly saying like if he's like lighter than what a human should be, just based on his posturing, I guess.
Yeah, you get like a little bit of a decent look at him. If you had to guess, you'd say he's probably a half elf. And he is just like in full poser mode. Like you've been in war, you've seen war, like you know what people look like when they've killed people. And he looks like a teenager who just like wants to look like he's cool.
No.
He doesn't seem to be up to much.
Okay. All right.
So, gang, what's the plan?
Where to next?
I imagine you guys reconvene and you guys convey all that information about that
Yes.
conversation and everything.
Devil ass.
Maybe we get like a table and sit down and discuss it.
Yeah.
We can.
Well, while we're discussing, definitely want to keep an eye out and see if anybody's like looking, staring at us or anything like that.
Yeah, with your passive perception, even that's high enough to notice that no one's really paying you much special attention. One thing you would notice at some time is a guy comes in, one of these drunken guys at the table in the corner over there. He walks over to the Warforged. At one point during this conversation, and like hands him 2 gold pieces, and the Warforged stands up, and then both of them go stand in the fighting pit, and they have like a boxing match basically. And the Warforged guy just like beats the shit out of this drunken dude, and his friends are over at the table like laughing. And
Rock 'em, sock 'em, robots.
yeah, when they're done, the Warforged guy just looks down. He's like, you could never defeat Pummel with a body like that, human, and just picks him up by his clothes and like throws him out of the arena. And then he goes back and just stands over against the wall. And this guy like crawls back over to the table. His friends are laughing. He's like, okay, I did it. Pay up now. And they're just like, yeah, you did it. You did it. They each hand him a couple gold pieces.
That is crazy. Why would anyone want to get their head knocked in by a Warforged? I don't get it.
The thrill of the fight. You have to see who is better. I understand.
Usually they just ride a mechanical bull and go back to the bar. I don't.
This is basically, you can infer the equivalent of a mechanical bull. Like, you just pay 2 gold pieces and try to beat up a giant Warforged. And if you win, you get like a 10 times payout. If you lose, then you get the shit kicked out of you.
We can either talk to Mr. Vidalis now, or it might be worth considering talking to whoever put out this paper.
Yes, the Diana, I believe her name was. Yeah.
Mhm.
It is up to you two. I'm already having a great time.
I think it might be worth talking to the people who wrote this paper.
Okay.
They've really been doing
Absolutely.
their research. I'm curious as to why they ran this story telling people not to believe in clockwork constructs, but didn't run the story of this man.
That is
Right.
a good point. I didn't
I
even consider that.
suspect money is at play in that decision. Or maybe it's just timing. Who can say?
Definitely. Let's go check it out.
Okay. While we're walking out, I'll just on a whim, I'll just turn to the Warforged and say, "You haven't heard of anyone crafting skin on beings like yourself, have you?"
He just looks at you and like it's hard to read emotion because their faces don't really
Right.
move. But he just looks down at you with like the two like glowing eyes that is indicative of most Warforged. And he just says,
I'm asking for a friend.
yeah, and he says, skin on Warforged? Pah. No. I do not know anything of someone trying to put skin on Warforged. Only
Thank you for your
skin I'm
time.
familiar with is skin which ends up on the bottom of fighting pit. He like points over to the drain.
I'm sure.
Does you want fights?
My talents would unfortunately be wasted here, but thank you.
Hmm. Classic human response. um
I'm not up to date on my tetanus vaccine. I want to touch the door.
You should really do that. That's a big deal for you.
I want to touch the door to this place. I'm getting that.
One time I high-fived human friend. He died of tetanus 3 days later. Get tetanus shot. It's no joke.
Thank you.
But yeah, and you guys, I imagine head out. So our two leads are talking to Vidalis, guy who paid to have this weird construct thing put in the newspaper, or going to the newspaper itself.
I think we're gonna go to the newspaper itself and then maybe go to the guy.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm for that.
Well, before we do, we're about an hour and 20 in, so let's take our first like 5-minute break. Also, because
Okay.
Mallory has Doxy's got some food happening. So let's
It's
take
really
a 5-minute, let's pee and let's eat, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right.
Sounds
Hang
good.
tight,
All right.
everybody.
Cool.
I like Eberron.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Is this thing on? Hello? What's up, gamers? Welcome back to another fantastic product. Welcome back to D&D. So, the gang is now headed to the offices of the Sharn Inquisitive. So, the Sharn Inquisitive, it's easy enough to just look up where that is in the middle city in the eastern quarter. So, you guys, I imagine, find a lift to take you up to the middle city. You find yet another sky cab. Head on over there, and you are in front of a set of massive double doors, which are kind of that old copper turned, like that old green color. And you just see in big black letters the Sharn Inquisitive written above it. And there's like a fair amount of people kind of coming in and out of here. It's a pretty busy spot. And yeah, so what's the plan, folks?
I think I'm just gonna walk in.
Yeah.
Sure. So you guys just walk
Speak to
in.
whatever receptionist is there.
Yeah, and of course there is a receptionist. You see a young human woman. She's kind of sitting there at the front desk, just like idly like painting her nails. And she looks over at you and she says, "Oh, she's like, oh shit," and like starts like fumbling with her stuff.
Oh, no.
And then she's like, "Hello," and she folds her hands. You can see like one of her hands has her fingernails painted, the other one's not. She's like, "Hello, people. What can I do for you? Welcome to the Sharn Inquisitive."
First, carry on, by all means.
Oh, you saw that, huh? No, that's okay. That's okay. What can I do for you?
I'll like grab her hand to shake it. One,
Yeah.
so that she can see my signet ring, and two, just to draw attention to the fact that she looks silly right now with half her hand painted.
Yeah.
And
She shakes her hand and she's like, "Oh,
and then with my other hand, I'll take out the copy of the Chronicle,
yeah."
and I'll just point to the article and just say, "We need to speak to whoever published this."
She says, "Okay, let me," and she like kind of looks at it and she's like, "Give me a second." And then she like turns over and is checking some records and stuff. She goes, "That looks like that one was written by Cynthia.
Lovely.
That was yeah, that was Cynthia Mosgrove.
And where is Cynthia?
Well, her office is on the second floor. Do you need to speak with her?
Yes.
If we could.
Thank you.
Cool. So she swivels her chair over and like pushes a button on a panel of various buttons, which has like a tube attached to it. And she just yells into the tube. She says, "Cynthia, there's someone here to see you." Then you hear a response like echo back down through the tube. It's just like, "Okay, whatever, send them in. I'm kind of in the middle of something." And she's just like, "Okay." She turns to you and says, "Well, I guess she said she's in the middle of something, but she also said you could," I don't know. That woman confuses me. Yeah, you just go up and she gives you the directions where to find her. And she just says, "Lift is right over there." I don't think you're
Kind of just looked to the left, and I looked at her like, "You're not going to escort us," but not saying it out loud.
Yeah, she looks at you and she's just like feeling the
Okay.
moment of silence in the air. And she's like, I'll show you. She's not necessarily scared, but she's clearly understands that was what was expected.
Right.
So she runs over and pushes the button. And she's like, "Right this way." And she like holds the door and like gestures, what is effectively an elevator.
Right.
And yeah, she will take you up a couple floors until the elevator stops. Hear a ding. She opens up the door, walks you down the hall, takes a left, then a right, then another left, just like she said. And boom, you're in front of the office of Cynthia Mosgrove. And she says, "Well, here it is. Should I
Thank you.
Should I wait out here, or
You're excused.
you can find your way back?" Okay, nice. And she just like quickly runs back to the elevator. Yeah. this.
He was very nice.
He
I-
was. She
you
was
guys,
nice.
Open up the door and head inside.
Hmm.
Cool. So you go inside, and you see Cynthia. She is a pretty fair, red-haired woman with like curly red hair, and she's just like musing over a smattering of notes and stuff. And like, there's all her desk is a nightmare. Like, it's so unorganized, and there's like several cork boards with like a bunch of stuff like pinned up. Um, and then you come and she's like clearly in the middle of like sorting something. She just looks up at you and she says, "Oh, yes, I guess you were the people who were here to see me. What can I do for you?" And she's like still continuing to organize things and like put things in separate piles.
I move to help her sort.
As soon as you go, she's like, "Do not touch anything. It is all exactly where I need it to be. I will not be able to find anything if you move it. I thank you. You seem like a
I'll
sweet
take
girl."
a seat and I'll just wait for her to be done with whatever she's doing.
Okay, sure.
Aries will like just like walk around the room, kind of look at the things she has on the walls and stuff.
Yeah, and you see a lot of these have to do with like basically different reports coming to her from different journalists and stuff, and she's just got like things organized in categories. Like, there's a category for like fluff stories, there's a category for like murders, there's a category for like small crime, there's a category for like feel good pieces that are like relevant, like politics, that kind of thing.
Looking around to all this, I'll just nod my head and say, "You seem to do a lot of research." And then I'll just take out the article that we have and put it on the desk, and I just say, "For a shill," and just kind of like leave like a finger like on the article that she.
Yeah, she stops and looks down and looks up at you. She says, "Who the hell are you guys?"
I am
I'm
Aries.
Olivia.
My name is Mira. The state of your desk.
Let's not talk about my desk. What do you mean for a shill? Please elaborate.
I mean, surely this dribble wasn't well researched, considering that we have sources that claim otherwise.
Yeah, and what sources would those be?
Oh. Would you tell me yours if I tell you mine?
She chuckles. You can roll an insight check.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me.
I hate it when I can't click my dice away. Like when it goes behind the people's pictures on Roll20.
Yeah.
Triggering.
Yeah, she says to you, she says, "As it says, it is a missive from the Artificers Guild." It's
As I said. Show. So, how much did they pay you to put this out?
the Artificers Guild. It's merely a missive. This isn't like an opinion piece here. This is just something that they felt needed to be put in the paper, so they paid our standard advertising rates. It's all very legitimate. Nothing out of pocket under the
If it's an
table.
advertisement, why isn't it with the advertisements?
Well, it's a very disturbing. It's not really an ad. It's a missive. It's a message to the people.
What are you not telling us, Sylvia?
It's Cynthia, but nice
I'll lean
try.
back and let Moira do her work.
She says, "It's Cynthia, but nice try." And she says, "Look, I don't know if you got an issue with what got put in the paper. Well, I suggest you take it up with them."
Wonderful idea.
I'd like to know what you're not telling us, though. And my bone slides out of my arm.
You can roll an intimidation check if you want.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, just roll a normal one.
I would
please.
like to do that. I always forget to turn off
Okay.
always roll advantage.
Mm-hmm. Because that's the default for some reason.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
22. You beat that. She looks to you when you do that, and she's just like, "Look, what are you gonna do? Murder me in my office in broad daylight? I mean, I'll tell you what you want to know, but you don't gotta be so violent."
It's
Jeez.
not about what I want to know as much as what you don't want me to know. That's what I'm after.
Look, all I'm saying, they might have paid me a little bit of extra cash to get it on the front page,
I
but
stick the business end of the Mira blade, as it were, up to her neck.
I'll like hand Aries like a cigarette.
Oh, no, thank you.
I know there's something more.
when you say that, she just looks at you. She says, "If you're gonna slit my throat in an office building in the center of Middletown, by all means."
I'm authorized to slit your throat.
By who?
If I told you mine, would you tell me yours?
If it's true, then maybe.
It is true.
Great. I can't wait to hear about it.
Tell me what I need to know. I'll tell you who just spared
That
your
is
life.
super not how this works.
I
I don't even know what I have to tell you. I just
literally everything that you don't want me to know about this article and its publication.
There's nothing else to tell. It was an advertisement that, yeah, maybe I took a little extra cash to get it on the front page. I don't give a shit about the Artificers Guild and what they want to publish. Why don't you talk to them? Why are you harassing me?
Can I insight that to see if she's telling the truth?
Certainly.
I'll give Aries like a nod, like at the extra cash being taken off. I'm like, see?
She seems to be telling you the truth.
Um,
Either she's telling the truth or she's a real good liar.
okay, so I slip the bone slowly back into my arm, but bring my hand closer to her neck and grab on gently. And I say, if I find out there is more about this that you did not tell me. And then I just let go. We're
Yeah.
done here.
She's like, yeah, we are. And then she just like pushes a button and she's like, security.
I'll just slide a piece of paper over and just say, put down the names, please.
Of whomst?
The people you talk to. At the Artificer Guild, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. And she writes down the name Aloran. And then the name Koros are the two names that she writes down. She says, cool, whatever, here, take it.
It's very lovely doing business with you.
Quite. And then like, two guards come in through the door. One of them's like, we got a problem here?
No,
No,
not
no.
at all.
I'm authorized.
By who?
I'm not at liberty to say.
And I just like gesture towards the elevator.
It was very nice meeting you, ma'am.
Quite.
We're going to go now.
Works for me.
Oh, by the way, my friend, did you talk to my friend Horton?
Oh, the one-armed guy? Yeah.
Yes. Tragic, isn't it not?
Makes for good news, though. You know what they say, if it bleeds, it leads.
Yes. Did you write about, are you writing about his family? Now you'll not be able to support them now that he is dismembered.
I plan on writing a whole piece about how corrupt the insurance agencies are, actually, and how this poor man has to spend days losing out on income because he lost an arm in a workplace accident, by the way, which is a violation. They should just be paying for that shit outright. This is like a conversation you have as you're being like led down the hall. She's just like leaning out of her office.
Very good. Thank you. Your office is lovely.
Like, man, why didn't you lead with him? And then like the doors, the elevator shut.
That was a nice conversation, I think. And I appreciate you gentlemen escorting us out. That is very kind of you.
That desk.
Yes.
Going to have nightmares about that desk.
Yes, I did not see anything on the walls, though. There was nothing. Very peculiar.
All right, we head to the Artificers then.
Okay.
Or did we want to do Brutus first?
We might as well go to the Artificers while we're here, I think.
Okay.
I think they're
Yeah.
all kind of like.
They're also in this part of town, in the middle city as well. Yeah, you head over to the Artificers Guild, and you see the Artificers Guild is a lot less of like a single structure, and it's like a district kind of. Like you walk in, and there's a ton of different shops, each one specializing in like different things. Like there's one place that makes specifically like specifically a type of weapon, another one makes a specific type of armor, another one that makes a specific type of this, whatever. You also see Warforged aren't like an uncommon sight, but you see more of them here than you would see in most other districts. And you also see a lot more more non-humans, like specifically, I don't know, what would be like the most common, because it's not really gnomes in it's House Cannith is mostly dwarves, yeah.
House Cannith is a human house.
It is it a human house? Okay, I couldn't recall, but you would see most of the
Halflings?
people who own this place is House Cannith, which is like the house of creation, basically. And a lot of the forges and stuff bear their logo and insignia. Yeah, so you are in this area, and you have a couple names. So what's the plan?
I'm gonna give the piece of paper with the name onto Ares and just say, I'm tired of talking to these people.
I don't know what to say.
I don't have the energy to deal with House Cannith.
What is House Kenneth? What is I don't.
Oh, House Cannith is the mercantile house that deals with the creation of things. They created the Warforged. They create all kinds of little machinations, little gadgets and gizmos and things that go boom.
Interesting. So you want me to do the talking?
Yes, you're so good at it.
Well, no. I usually play a support role, but okay.
I believe in you.
Sure. Okay.
So there would be like kind of a guild house, which is like not really where things are made, but is kind of like where a lot of the owners of these businesses and stuff would like meet to make decisions, which is probably where you guys would want to head. So heading up to the guild house, it doesn't really have any signs or markings that mark it as such, but it's obvious which building it is once you get there, because it is this massive circular structure that's just kind of at the center of everything. Yeah, so you guys roll up there, you head on in, and again, you're greeted by another receptionist. And he seems to be a fairly older gentleman. Bald head, long, scraggly beard. He just looks over to you guys and says, welcome to the Artificers Guild House of Sharn. What can I do for you today?
Hello, my friend. Are you painting your nails too?
I don't understand. No, hello? I'm not painting my nails, but
Sir, we have a list of names.
I did paint my fence last summer. It's a wonderful crimson hue.
That sounds fantastic. I would like to see it sometime.
Yeah, I was gonna paint it gray, but my granddaughter wanted it red because that's where she likes to play, and red is her favorite color. So I said, well, you know what? I'm sure we could secure a can of red paint and make that happen.
You
She's
know
a
what
sweet
else?
Girl, she's very smart. She's just finished her second year at the academy. I think she's really going places.
You know what else was?
I slipped the list from Ares and I put it down in front of him and let them keep talking for a second.
You know what else is red? The newspaper, my friend. It is also red.
That's a good one. I haven't heard that before.
Yes.
That's what the kids call a banger, I think. Wow.
I tap on the list of names and I say, so sorry to cut your pleasant conversation short, but we need to speak to each of the people listed here.
Oh, Aloran and Koros? Yeah, they're probably around. You know, Aloran actually came to my second grandson's baptism in service of the Silver Flame. It was a wonderful day. He's a really nice fella.
I hear those ceremonies are quite beautiful.
Hmm. Anyway, you need to speak to them. Well, I can send for them if that's what we're doing.
It would be
What was
very
that?
appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
What was that? What was that with Silver Flame? Nothing, apparently.
Don't worry about it. Um, he takes the things and like writes a note quickly, and then puts it into something kind of like a hole punch, but it's actually punching like ink onto something and does it, and it puts the name of Aloran first on top of one, and then he puts it into some type of machine which whizzes and whirs, and then sends that somewhere. It's kind of like a telegraph machine almost, and then does the same thing for Koros, and he says, "Well, if they're around today, they'll certainly."
You did not know?
Well, I mean, I don't see everyone who works here. My shift only started 2 hours
But you
ago.
are in the front. Do they not have to walk past you to get up there?
I mean, it's possible that they started earlier than I did, and then I came in and they're back there, and I didn't see.
It is
them go.
possible. It is like way past lunchtime. Are you?
It is? Huh. And he just gets up and leaves.
I want to walk to the door that he indicated and open it.
I'm going through the desk.
Cool. The door is very much locked. But you're welcome to try to break it or pick it. The desk.
And I'll sit at it just in case somebody comes in. I'm going to pretend like I'm working. I'm looking for nail polish.
Yeah, the desk does not have any nail polish in it, but just has a lot of contact information for people who work here, and that kind of stuff. Lots of papers, bits and bobs, things you'd expect to find a receptionist desk, like different quills, pens, inks, that kind of thing. Just pocketing all of it. Until eventually, while you're messing around with those doors, it actually does open. It swings open. And standing there is a middle-aged man with kind of like shortcut salt and pepper hair. And he looks at you and just says, "Oh, are you the person who is requesting to see me?"
Yes, you and
I am Koros. Who are you?
my name is Mira. How do you do?
I'm doing fine. I would love to go and sit down. He says, like,
I move
That's right.
aside to let
Yeah.
him by.
At the reception desk. Like,
yeah, well, there's like seating areas in here, basically like waiting benches, basically, and he's just gonna go sit down at one of them.
I can like the idea of just like sitting behind the reception desk.
Olivia and Mira, your 130 is here.
He just looks and says, "Is that?"
Hello, friend.
Aries, you are a doll.
I thought you were older. Anyways, whatever. He kind of sits and looks. He says, "So you two are here to see me? Then what's
There's
going on? What
one
can I do
other
for
we
you?"
were expecting.
Okay.
It's in regards to an article that you had published.
An article.
I'll just bring
A
out the paper.
missive. I apologize.
You bring up the paper and show it to him.
Mm-hmm.
He looks at it and he's just like, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't ask for this to be printed. I wasn't even aware of this.
Information. It says to come here with information. Who shall we give our information to if not you?
That's an amazing question. Truly, I do not have an
We
answer.
have somebody
for you.
useful we can talk to.
He's just like, okay. And he just stands up. And as he like turns, you can see that like on the back of his neck, he has a dragon mark of House Cannon. And he just turns and he's just like, look, I get it. You think you're all out here playing detective with House Solaris or whatever. Orion, wrong constellation. It could happen to any of us.
Good.
Stop. And as he's speaking, through the doors, another individual comes. This one is a guy who seems like between like 30, 35. He's got like kind of longer black hair. He walks in And he's just like, oh, what's going on in here? Like, he walks in the middle of this conversation happening, and he's just like, I was summoned. He looks over and says, to what do we owe the pleasure?
We have questions about your correspondence with one Cynthia.
I correspond with many women. I don't know a Cynthia. You have to be a bit more specific than that.
I just hand him the article.
He says, I know this is hard for you to understand, but this is a newspaper.
Yes, it is. And I point to this is the sentence that says, come here with information if you have it.
He looks at it and he's just
I know
like,
this might be hard to understand, but this is common.
He looks at it and goes,
Literally.
I don't know what this is all about. And then he looks over to
This is literally your guild's business. They posted
Koros,
this.
and Koros shrugs and he's just like, this is the first I've seen of this.
What kind of funny farm are you people running here?
Sylvia specifically named the two of you as her contacts.
I thought you said her name was Cynthia.
Cynthia.
We also know a lot of women.
I mean, wait. Oh, from the newspaper. Yeah. I know Cynthia. I haven't spoken to her in months. It's
She
been
said
quite
that
some
you paid
time.
her above and beyond to get this printed on the front page.
At that, he kind of folds his arms and is like, we don't need to resort to bribery to make front page news.
With a missive.
Even with a missive, why would we put that out and ask for it to be on the front page? Especially something that states information which is so clearly false.
Oh, do you have evidence of these creatures existing then? I would be thrilled to hear more.
No, but I also don't have evidence of them not existing, and far be it from me to ask to have something put in the paper that I have no knowledge of even.
That's actually completely reasonable, and I absolutely believe you. However, someone is clearly trying to frame you for this information, so would you be interested in working with us to find out who?
I definitely would say we'd be curious. And he looks over to Koros, who's like nodding. He's like, it'd be curious to know why someone would put this in the paper. We have not had anyone come to us with such evidence, so that's peculiar as well.
I'm going to run some concepts behind you. And because you're from House Cannon, you can tell me whether or not they're feasible, I imagine. We spoke with a man who was attacked by what I can only presume is a mechanical construct wearing skin.
Okay.
Is it possible that whoever gave this information to this writer was also a mechanical construct wearing skin that looked like yours?
I mean, in a world where illusory magic exists, I suppose nothing is truly impossible. I mean, we have
Okay.
changelings walking among us with no way of knowing one from you or me. But I would be remiss to say anything is impossible, albeit improbable.
Okay. Well, if that's possible, perhaps then they were just trying to cover up their existence. But it seems odd that they would choose you two in particular. Do you have any idea why this happened?
I mean, in the past, when there have been things print-worthy involving the Artificers Guild, both Koros and myself were the ones to speak to the papers.
Okay.
We
What is your
both-
position here?
What is it you say you guys do?
I mean, an easier question to answer is what don't we do? But
Is there an employee chart on the desk that like shows like the
oh yeah, definitely
hierarchy?
there is. Yeah, there definitely is. These two guys are both like upper middle tier, like basically as high as you can get before you're like, okay, you just go like live somewhere with the rest of like the nobility of the family, which technically doesn't exist because technically they can't be nobles because they are part of a house. But yeah, these guys are both fairly high up, like high up enough that they throw weight and like can give orders, but not so high up enough where they can get out of doing things like press conferences and talking to journalists, but also high up enough where the family like trusts them to do that as well.
They're middlemen. They're the middle boss, by the way. Sorry, sir. I'll get back to work.
Just like, yeah, pretty much what he said.
That one deserves a raise.
I've never seen this person before in my life.
Well, he's the
He
best
must be
secretary I've ever worked with.
Your other one just walked off.
Is the blue a good color? I don't know.
Are you like coloring your fingernails with inks?
Yeah, he's just like, okay. That aside, look, I mean, we have no reason not to cooperate with you. If we do have anyone come to us with evidence, I'm sure you'd be curious to know. Says, do you have a place I can reach you or some contact information for me?
I hand him the business card.
Yeah, he takes it and he'll give you a business card back, actually.
Thank you.
It's like, very well.
You should know this is probably tied to the robbery at the Kundrak Bank as well.
I mean, Kundrak Bank. It's a shame that they can't seem to sort out their business on their own, but
Truly.
And one British
Embarrassing.
devil ass is also entwined.
I would hate for your house to get caught up in this mess as well.
quite. I'll be sure to reach out should anyone come forth with information.
Probably in your best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, hopefully we'll never speak again, but if we do, I will have some...
Hopefully we do. But then after that, we never do.
Let's just let the chips fall where they may. In any case, I have work to get back to. And both of them will just scram on out of there.
Aries, you were lovely getting rid of that secretary. It's truly inspired.
Thank you. So what did we learn? Did we...
Around this time, the front door opens and the secretary comes back. He goes, "It's not past lunchtime yet. No one else was in the break room."
Since the time it's raining and everything else,
Yeah, I hear that, brother. And he goes over to the desk.
You have a good day, my friend. It's good to fill in for you while you take a short break. You should get up and walk every 10 minutes, about every hour. It's good for the legs.
Says, yeah, that's what they say, right? Sitting is the biggest killer in Eberron.
It is.
Mira will grab your hand, Aries, and hold it out in front of her and say, "I learned that blue is your color."
I am very proud of my job here. It's very good. And only one hand, just like the others. No. Anyway.
You fit right in.
Before he leaves, though, we will look at the guy sitting there. He says, it's just out of curiosity, before we go, because I don't know if I'll ever see you again. You're an amazing person. Is there anything that strange going on around here? I almost want to say non-living creature-like.
Says, well, depends on what your definition of strange is, because we have a lot of strange stuff going on here, but...
Enlighten me.
Do you mean like those Warforged fellas? We see lots of them walking around.
Any of them, they try to make human look different?
Like with skin and hair and stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
I ain't never seen a Warforged try to put on skin and hair, but...
Anything similar to that, though? I mean, what's your next weirdest... Tell me the most weirdest story that you have within the last 2 days.
Within the last 2 days?
Yes, within the last 2 days.
Okay. Well, there was this one guy who was working over in on the western side of the machine shops who has been trying for the past like 2 years to make a device to teleport people as if they were like, proficient magic casters, but without the need to study for decades and decades and decades. He was just gonna think you walk in, boop, you come out the other side. Like a day ago he stepped in there and he came out, but his parts were all like mixed up. That was weird. That was really weird.
Where can I find this guy? Because that sounds
Oh,
like
he's
something
dead
that-
now. He's super dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
Like his heart was in his brain was in his heart. He is dead as hell. But that was pretty weird. Pretty weird. Been here for a lot of years, and that's like still in the top 10 for sure.
This was at the western side of the machine shop, you say?
Yes. But in terms of constructs wearing skin,
I like the teleportation thing. That could be very good at your daughters and granddaughters' birthday parties and stuff like that. If they ever get their figure out. I'm not saying that I want your daughter, her heart and her arm to be misplaced. I'm just saying that, you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
Or you could just hire somebody from House O'Brien.
Yeah.
Leave the
Okay.
teleportation to us.
Okay.
We got to go, my friend. Thank you for your time.
See you later.
And I would relay that bizarre information
So,
to the two of
The
you.
teleportation device is stored in the Western workshop.
The Western District in the machine shop, yeah.
Okay.
I genuinely believe House Cannon when they say they're not involved in this. I think someone is very clumsily trying to hide the existence of these creatures.
It's definitely time to talk to Devil Ass.
It's just a matter of whether or not they're being clumsy because they're stupid, or if they're being clumsy because they want to accomplish the opposite of what they're printing, right? Okay.
Or they want to be found
Well, exactly.
by people who care.
Right. Okay.
Let's go speak to him.
Or they're just a bunch of idiots and this is a silly goose chase.
I feel a whole lot like that, yeah.
So you're going to the Vivarium to speak with
Mhm.
Brutus. Okay, so this location is in the upper city, which upon going to a lift to take you up, you basically have to show like that you're from a house or
Yeah.
that you're a person of standing of some kind, and like showing your signet ring is plenty enough. Like you do that and the guards are like, okay, cool, and they will punch in the code to bring you up to the upper city. Specifically, you head to the northern district, likely also just by a sky cab, and you find yourselves in front of the Vivarium, which is a massive complex. Up here, the air is quite clean and clear, and like you're actually seeing like sunlight. I mean, it's still like kind of raining and stuff, but it looks the way that rain does on a normal day in the real world and not like at night, basically. Yeah, although at this point it's probably quite late in the day, so the sun is starting to go down, but rain's easing up a little bit maybe. But you're up in the upper city. The air is nice and clean. In the northern district, you see the vivarium, and as I said, it's a massive complex. There's sections of it that are kind of like greenhousey looking, like they're glass domes. From outside, you can literally hear like a soft din of just like animals. Like it sounds like you can hear horses being led around and stuff inside, and all manner of things, some which you might not even be able to pick out. Yeah, you guys go in through the front doors, and this place kind of has a almost like a museum like vibe to it, you know. There are massive statues or really installations of like dinosaur skeletons and stuff like that, and just like skeletons of like weird animals that you haven't even seen before. And you see what looks like actually like a class of students with someone who is clearly their teacher walking to past like one of these giant like brontosaurus installations, and you see a guy and he's wearing like a brilliant green suit with like a purple tie. It's very bombastic, and he has like big round golden glasses and frames, and like a goatee and like that half balding hair. And he just says, "And well, that concludes our tour of the vivarium, at least the parts I'm allowed to take you to." And he says with like a wink, and he says, "It has been a pleasure guiding these young minds on a journey through all manner of the natural world. I do hope that you may consider a career with us when the time comes."
Was it a pleasure?
eh. You don't get really a big vibe one way or the other, but you just know it wasn't. And all the kids are kind of like, yeah, whatever, and they're just kind of like looking around. And he's like, "Don't forget to check out the gift shop on the way out." And then this guy comes over and heads towards the secretary's desk, just like cleaning up some papers and that kind of thing. And he notices you guys walk in, and he'll actually approach you. And he says, "We have guests at the vivarium. Welcome. What is it I can interest you in? Are you here to examine our fine
How's
horses?
it going? Pretty
Best
lady.
in all of Eberron in the
Doxy
fest,
love.
perhaps." And he says,
No.
looking to Ares, "You would be interested in some augmentation? We have..."
Potentially. But we're looking for this man, and I'll hand him the written down name.
I don't think I would.
Okay, then no.
Yeah, the name of Brutus Vidalis, or Dividalis. He looks at it and
Devil
he says, well, this should be simple. The person you're looking for, he's me." He just hands you
Lovely.
back the card, says, "You've come to my establishment looking for me specifically, so I take it you have, what shall we say, a grand request of sorts? Something peculiar you need augmented, perhaps?"
I'll reach out my hand to shake his hand, and while I'm doing so, does he feel human?
You can make an insight check. Yeah, he feels human. Oh, that was your old one, sorry. Yeah, he feels human. He does not feel metallic-y.
I'm looking into some strange events that have happened lately.
Strange events, you say?
We can start with this article in the Chronicle. Are you aware of this article? Who may have written it? We're having trouble locating that person.
Says, seems to me a missive from the Artificers Guild.
Really? We thought so too, but Artificers Guild says they didn't publish it. Rather, it was somebody looking like them.
Well, that is quite peculiar.
It is.
Why does this remind me of the scene in Django Unchained right before the shootout starts?
I'll just let the silence hang for an uncomfortable amount of time.
Yeah, he looks at you and says, "Well, have you spoken to the Artificers Guild?"
Yes.
We came straight from there, sir.
So what did they say about it?
That they didn't write it, sir.
That's truly bizarre, considering that it is a call to action on behalf of the Artificers Guild.
Now, have you been to House Kundurok's third banquet, really?
Have I been there? No, I haven't been out of the high city, and it's been months.
But you are aware of what happened, right?
I heard that they got robbed or something.
What did the detective say specifically about this guy and how he's related to it? I'm
She
having trouble remembering.
That's okay. Yeah, she was pretty sure that that the article was paid for by him.
Right.
That it was paid to be put in and on the front page of the newspaper by him.
Yeah, it's just the weirdest thing. We have firsthand encounters saying that they found creatures very similar to this at the bank. Isn't that so strange?
That's extremely strange. I would report that to the Artificers Guild post haste.
But the
Who did?
Artificers Guild didn't put out this missive.
Hmm.
You have no idea who could have done it?
Not the foggiest.
Hmm.
It is bizarre that while I was killing Cynthia, she did mention you by name.
You can roll an intimidation check.
Oh god, I lost my sheet. I'm so sorry.
Or Aries. Just a
It's
lot.
like-
It's a wild ride.
What?
Mm.
Let's see. Oh. There we go.
Oh, our cameras are gone, by the way, in the stream.
Again?
Turn my camera.
God damn it.
Sorry.
But yeah, you say that to him and he just looks at you like completely unfazed. And he just says, when you were killing whom?
You know, Cynthia, the one that you paid to put this article on the front page.
Not really sure who that is. Not really sure why you think I would put something on the front page of the newspaper pertaining to the Artificers Guild. But in any case, I guess that concludes our business. And he just begins walking in a certain direction. He looks over to the secretary. And he just says, or the receptionist rather, and just says, I'll be grabbing a few things and then I'll be heading out for the rest of the day. Please just cancel my meetings and take any messages. And you see him basically go into a side room, which is clearly like his office of some kind. He's only in there for like maybe 30 seconds. And then he comes out, shuts the door, locks it, and just like walks out the front of the building.
Okay, that didn't pay off. I think I have to go kill Sylvia.
Oh,
Cynthia.
I don't think you have to go kill Sylvia. However, why don't we try to break into his office? How does that sound?
That sounds.
But if I killed Sylvia, I could neatly stack and file the papers.
This is true.
It might help our cause.
You know, I think it's not going to.
All right, fine. We'll try your way first. But when we end up in Sylvia's office later, and her blood is everywhere, you're the one that has to clean up the blood. I'll clean up the papers.
How many guards are around here? Like, how many people do we have to distract to break into this office right now?
Something kind of weird is there's like a distinct lack of guards in this area.
Right.
There's a couple outside, but like in here, none really. There's the receptionist who has line of sight, but you don't see any other guards. You would know that there'd probably be some like
There's, like-
patrolling and stuff, but like
Okay.
there's not just
Curious.
like stationed guards everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my friend.
Isn't that receptionist just beautiful?
She is very beautiful.
Don't you think we should go hit on her?
Do you mean like? How do you mean?
You know, a competition for her affection.
Does she like me?
I bet she does.
Oh. Sure. I would talk to her.
I will
Yes.
break line of sight for you. Get in there and get out.
All right.
Well, so you two go over to the receptionist desk. What do you say to her?
Aries is going to attempt to cast Charm Person on her.
Okay, yeah, sure. What's your saving throw DC? Well, she rolled a nat 1, so
Good.
you
My,
you
DC,
go.
my DC was a 2.
So yeah, you go over to her just as you're going. You cast the spell.
Yeah, so it has to be where I can see. So I think the play is I'm gonna pretend to drop something outside the door, right? So I can peek under the door and then cast Misty Step.
Yeah,
I think that technically works.
I'd allow that. I'd absolutely allow that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you go over and start smooth talking the receptionist who is under the effects of charm person, and she just like stops what she's doing and is just like, "Hello, sir."
Hello, ma'am. What is your name?
She says, My name is Elamora."
Elamora. Elamora, can you just, my friend Elamora, can you just look at my other friend Mira and just tell her that I am the winner of this battle?
She just looks at you and says, "I don't know what this is all about, but he wins."
Oh, I
But-
was just hoping that maybe, because I have no idea there's a charm spell.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that maybe you and I together sometime could go walking in
She
these
goes,
beautiful grounds.
"Not interested, but please tell me more. What's your name?"
Would you like to accompany me? Did you know that the sun is getting ready to set? Would you like to go sit outside with me for a bit and enjoy it?
That sounds like a great idea.
Then come on.
You
Then he
know
puts his
what?
arm out.
I'll watch your desk for you.
She's
You'll
like, "Yeah,
remember
whatever,
me
I
doing
quit."
A nice thing
Alright.
for you.
I have my job. I quit. And she's like, and you just walk outside and sit on a bench.
Yep.
Hilarious.
Yeah, and he'll escort her outside and listen to her whatever she's got to say.
Yeah, she you just make small talk and watch the sunset in the rain. As you guys are just out there. So you, Olivia, you managed to Misty Step inside of this office. And you see what you'd expect. A pretty well-kept office. There's like what equates to filing cabinets and that kind of thing. But let's see how you do here. Roll for me an investigation check, please. Hell yeah. So you're kind of looking around and doing the classic thing, like opening up drawers, rifling through the papers, trying to find something. One thing you do find on the desk is a day planner as well, which seems like pretty mundane. Like it's filled with the kind of stuff you'd expect, like just various meetings with different people who are like high profile customers interested in like what they sell and what they do here and that kind of thing. However, tucked in the back of one of them, you do find something of, pardon the pun, note. And this is another handout for you, which you should be able to see now.
Oh man, I can't read this.
I will read it for you if it is too difficult to read because it is in like a weird cursive font. The note says, "Does this help your investigation?" in quotations. It says, "It's none of my business and you're paying, but I hardly see how one little blighter made of gears and nonsense would be the threat that you've made it out to be. It's asinine, but I guess that's why you're rolling in gold and people like me are stuck writing your drivel for crowns. Just don't tell me you feel cheated by the amount that you paid for this. I do good work." And it is signed by someone who just initialed C.
Yeah, that's Cynthia. So I will I think I'll just pocket it. Whatever.
Sure.
I'll just take it. And you know what? In the day planner, I'm gonna pencil him in for an appointment with us at where we're staying at a time in case he wants to talk more.
Hilarious. For just like tomorrow or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you tell me that, I'll enter it into whatever automated system that they have in the front too, so that his new secretary will come and tell him.
Yeah, I'll message it to you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious.
Right. There we go. Is there anything else I find here?
That's the only thing really relevant to the investigation. gonna find in here, but you
Is
do
there
find
anything fun?
there's a bunch of fun stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like documents detailing plans for basically like what amounts to gene therapy, like splicing in different types of DNA.
Mm-hmm.
You've also found some notes, I guess, which is kind of relevant, uh, hypothesizing about if it is possible for a purely mechanical form of life to exist. And in his notes, he theorizes that it is potentially possible that an inorganic form of life could have grown and evolved much the same way that organic life did. Um, and like just in the world of magic in which you all live, like that is not something that is potentially out of the realm of possibility. And then also like muses more about how like if that does end up being true, he would have to keep it secret from like the church and probably a lot of the other houses until he understood what that actually meant, because
Mhm.
that's something that a lot of people would not be okay with.
Does he have any snacks
Oh yeah, there's
or a
just like a
drink?
there's definitely like a bar in here that has a manner of alcohols and also like a bowl with just like
Mhm.
various mixed nuts.
Yeah, I think I just
You
fixed
mean to
myself a
tell me
drink.
this hoity-toity motherfucker doesn't have like a full display of macaroons?
No.
I don't know why, but I was munching donuts. Um, and I'm just gonna leave the research that I find on the desk, like clearly not where they're supposed to be,
Yeah.
while I'm having a nice drink and just relaxing. And all right,
Perfect. Okay.
um,
So you fix yourself a
here's
drink.
the issue. I can't misty step out. So I only have that once a day. So I imagine that the door is alarmed or somehow trapped or somehow magically divined.
That's likely.
Does he have like a coat in here or a
Uh,
hat?
there's definitely a coat rack, which would have probably a coat and a hat on it.
I'll grab a coat and a hat to just like cover myself.
Sure.
And I'll open the door to leave.
Cool. You open the door, and there's no sound or anything. But about 2 seconds later, you do hear
I'm
what
just
sounds
gonna
like many
book it.
footsteps coming in that direction.
And honestly, I'll run right to the ring of this like because it turns like built in towers, right?
Yeah.
And I'll just jump down.
Okay. So out from the reception desk, you see Olivia just bolt out of the office and run for the front door.
Yeah, I like
Mhm.
put down whatever stupid shit that she was reading. Like
Yeah.
I put it
Mhm.
down, and then I'm like, oh,
We'll cast.
and I go to where Ares had taken our fair maiden.
Yeah. Which you guys are also about to like. Olivia is also going to run past them. They're just outside, like you can see them from in here.
Okay. Then I just start running after her.
Cool.
Olivia is also very, very fast, by the way. Olivia's speed is 60. Base speed is 60 because I'm also going to like just enter Bladestone, cast Long Strider, and just go.
Yeah, so literally you're sitting outside, like cut to outside the building. We see Aries just sitting there and the receptionist is talking to you and you're like, wow, that's so interesting. And then just woof, like out the front door, you see Olivia just run by. And then moving also very quickly behind her is Mira runs right past.
It was very nice to meet you. I appreciate it.
Ares, we gotta go.
And then Aries also just runs. She's and from like in the distance, just will I ever see you again? And then like the spell wears off, and she's just like, "You son of a bitch!" This is just right when you guys just reach the edge of like this tower, and I'll just jump off to a bridge.
You're so nice.
We all featherfall.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
And now I'm running very low in spells. All of a sudden, don't know why.
Okay. So you guys all jump off the edge of this tower. You cast Featherfall. You descend down to the next tower below. What's the plan?
Guess what this put on.
I
Well,
think we should
I
find
think-
a cheap inn for the evening.
Well, and then I'll feed you like, well, we made an appointment with him tomorrow
sure?
afternoon. Hopefully he takes the bait. I told him just to meet us at the House of Ryan Conclave.
Oh. Would you like to join us to the House Orion Conclave?
Am I allowed to go to the House of Orion Conclave?
Yes, we have rooms set aside for guests.
I would love to go to the House of Orion Conclave. That sounds so much fun.
Perfect. So are you guys basically just turning in for the day and just waiting until
I think so. We're pretty much out of leads, right? As far as
Not
I can
really.
tell.
We have to confront Cynthia with that
So
note.
are you
With the
sharing
information that we have?
Are you sharing all the information, including the handwritten?
Yeah. I will just
Okay.
get that to you guys.
So if I do get to see this handwritten thing with the seed, does it? Since I was looking at Cynthia's walls and stuff like that, I'm sure there was like some handwritten content.
yeah.
Would it look the same? I mean, would I be able to?
I would say that you could probably discern that it's very similar, if not the same for sure. It's plausible that it was written by her.
All right. We'll go to Cynthia first, and then we'll turn in for the night.
What are we going to tell her?
That we
Do we-
know that she lied, and then I'm going to kill her.
So if we go there, one, we'll probably get turned away right at the reception desk. And two, she might not give us any information. Why don't we just send her a message with what we know
Send her
and
a
have her come to
message
us?
to meet us nearby.
Okay. So I will schedule an appointment with Cynthia. And what I'd like to do is just go to like a house civis like service area and have them basically photocopy the note
Yeah.
and like just carry your service over to her.
Is there a rival newspaper?
I'll pay like a gold. The Cornbread Chronicle is like the biggest newspaper.
Yeah.
Mm.
Definitely.
And like they're everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Just like a little local newspaper, I imagine.
Yeah.
But like I'll pay like a gold or two to have like a house civis person do that service for us.
Sure.
Just like carry a letter essentially.
So you're carrying her a letter with a photocopy of the note
Yes.
and also telling her to come meet you somewhere.
Yeah. I'm actually not even gonna say it's from us. I'm just gonna say come meet us at X location. Let that be a fun little surprise for her to find out.
Cool. And what location are you giving her?
That bar that we were at, the Y place.
I had that thought too.
Yeah,
It was
they wouldn't
awful.
Go there.
I
They wouldn't
can't
go there.
kill her at that bar. I could kill her
Right.
at a park.
She could fight the Warforged.
Why we can't? We're not gonna.
We
I
could
can
make
kill
her
her.
fight the Warforged. I'm going to kill her. I told her that if I found out she was lying to me, that I was going to kill her. I told him
Alright.
that I already did kill her. All of my problems are solved by killing her.
Well, we have new. Well, you have new problems if you kill her. It's called jail.
Yeah, but I get out of that a lot.
It's
Not
called
for her.
excommunication from the house.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, but if she threatens me, I'm allowed to kill her.
I think if she swings the first punch, you're allowed to hurt her back. How about that?
Okay. I am authorized.
Oh, I didn't authorize anything. Let's make that really, really clear.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, what is the location that you're giving her?
I guess the bar. I think it's a good place to name. We have a good relationship with them. They're like the only people we haven't pissed off that we've encountered today.
True that.
By we, I mean not Aries.
Yeah, pretty much.
Aries has been delightful.
Just
To
a
everyone.
lovely boy.
I like to talk to people.
Okay. So, you send this missive over. You go to the house. Like, we can kind of fast forward a little bit. You go there. They photocopy this note. They get the letter ready for you. Hand them the letter along with a copy of the note. Put it in an envelope, and they're just like, "Cool, we'll run that over." One of them runs it over, and you guys just go wait at the bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
have
You know what's gonna be really nice, Moira? Is if you can stay out of sight until she comes into the door, and then
Okay.
just stand by the door menacingly.
I can do that.
I have a small request, and this is going to sound ludicrous, but we have a little bit of time to kill.
Yeah, you'd have like at least about an hour or so before she could even really get there.
Is there a clothing store or outlet or anything like that?
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Aries would like to go in and make two purchases.
Oh.
One set of clothing looking very similar to what was that guy's name? Brutus.
Brutus. Yeah.
And one set of clothing looking very similar to what the secretary of Brutus was wearing.
The woman who you're talking to. Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. You can absolutely find her. She was basically just wearing like a pretty simple like business dress. But yeah, getting like a green suit and a purple tie, while weird, is not like outside the realm of possibility. So they can absolutely like find that for all in all, it's going to cost like 20 gold or so. But yeah, you can get that for sure.
All right.
Cool. So you guys go to a couple clothing stores. You do that. You're in the right district for that, and then eventually make your way all the way down to the lower city. So we're on the battle map here. So you guys just put yourselves where you want to be. You guys should have control of the tokens. If you don't, let me know.
Aries is going to ask, look at both you, Olivia, and Mira, and because we're just meeting Cynthia right now, right?
Yes.
Does I have a plan of my own. I'm going to hide out a little bit, and he's going to ask the bartender if there's a place that he can kind of just hide. If there's a back room or something? I'm not feeling well, sir. I will buy the entire bar in 2 rounds. You give me a place to hide out for a little bit.
He's like, yeah, there's a washroom, but it's staff only. But you want to buy a couple rounds for the whole bar? I can let you back there. That's
I appreciate that, my friend, and he'll head back that way.
So
then.
the door to that is here. I'm gonna put you there, but you're like a couple other feet up that way.
Okay.
I clean off this stool and this bar, and I just stare sadly. Well, first I ask if they have a menu.
He looks at you. He goes,
Olivia,
like for food?
come throw all these coats on me.
I go over, I throw the coats on her, and then I walk back to the bar, like nothing ever happened.
You're just under a pile of stinky coats. You go back. The bartender's just like whatever. And he goes, yeah, we got one item. It's meat. How do you want it cooked?
Oh, I don't want food from here. Drinks.
Yeah, we got ale and we got wine.
Do you have anything else? What kind of wine do you have?
Red or white?
Anything from Undere?
Look, it comes in a bottle. It doesn't really have a label on it.
Oh dear. The red wine, please, and that I don't drink it.
Theoretically, it could have come from Untitled, he says as he's like pouring it.
I don't drink it. It just stays there
Yeah, for
as
sure.
a prop.
Yeah, so you guys hang out for a little bit. Now, about an hour and a half passes. I need to check something. Okay, Doxy, can you please roll for me a stealth check?
Can I do it with advantage since I got help?
Yep.
Thank you. Benevolent game master.
And while you don't even really need to roll because you're in a different room.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens here. There you go.
Baldy.
Hilarious. You have a 0 to stealth. So funny. That's quality though. So some time passes, and eventually through the front door comes Cynthia, and and she walks in. And she sees you immediately, Olivia, and she's just like,
I sneak in behind her and shut the door and block her path out.
sure. And she just looks to you and she's like, oh, great. And she's here too.
The
What do
bone
you
slips
want
out
from
of
me?
my arm and I smile really big.
Yeah, she just looks to you and she's just like, I mean, you're not gonna kill me.
But I am authorized.
No, you're not. That's just a lie. That's not true. And then she looks over to Olivia and she's like,
I
"What?"
just gesture to the stool, like,
Cool. She will walk over and take a little seat. Also, you can definitely hear these people speaking Aries from the other room. It's up to you what you want to do, but just so you know, you would be aware at least that she's in the bar now.
All right. He would definitely change into the suit.
You change into the suit? Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Cynthia, why did you lie to us?
She says, well, I guess you've you figured that out. So there's no point in holding back from you. I was paid not to tell anyone who should come prying, meaning yourselves, who actually paid for that missive. I didn't understand really the importance of it. I still don't, and I don't really care. But it would seem that you have uprooted the truth, so there's no point in lying about any of this anymore. Mr. Davalis hired me not just to put that in the paper, but also to do a little investigative journalism on whatever it was that robbed that bank.
Oh? I'll slide my wine over to her.
She looks at it and she says, I'm okay, but I appreciate the gesture. And yeah, she looks at you and she says, it's not what it seems on the surface. I at first thought that it had to be an inside job based on all the facts. That's what they were pointing towards. When I spoke to Horton, he spoke with such conviction. So I snooped around the area a little bit and managed to find some very odd, reticent to call them even footprints, but tracks in and around the area of the bank. And it was when I saw something very peculiar. I saw something or someone, I don't know what to even call them, the human face, but their hands were all machinery and cogs. So I chased after them, chased them to an alley, and I was confronted, let's say. I was forced to run off. But I don't know. I don't really know what I saw.
And where did you see this?
It's just I have the address if you want it.
Yes,
I
please.
suppose you're not going to let me leave without handing that over.
I'll slide over like a piece of paper and a pen.
Yeah. And she just kind of checks. She says, I can do you one better. And she just hands you a note that she had. Here's another handout. It just says, third alley down Garenberg Avenue between Red Rock and that weird consignment shop. Weird humming noise. And she just says, I don't know if you're familiar with that part of town, but it's in the southern end of the lower ward. That's where I traced them to, and I haven't gone back since. But you might be more equipped to uncover whatever it is going on down there.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
You said I could hear this conversation as well.
Yeah, you'd be able to hear this call. I imagine you like have your ear up to the door. They're not like talking quietly, really.
Okay. What from the conversation, am I getting any vibes of maybe not truthfulness or anything?
You
Or
can roll an insight check. You can roll an insight check for sure. Cool. Yeah, everything she's saying seems truthful, but it does seem like she may be holding back some bits of information. But everything she said is definitely true, as far as you can tell.
All right, so it's at this point then Ares will use his shape-changing ability to change into Brutus
Yeah.
and come out with the suit,
Yeah.
and then come out of the back room and
Cool.
just come out and
She let me roll.
and just look at her dead in the eyes.
An insight check on her. Oh yeah, she rolled under 10, so it doesn't even matter. Or under 15 rather. Cool.
I roll an insight check.
You can roll an insight check for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. You probably could piece together what's happening, but you're not even really sure because you don't know that he's a changeling, right? What's the
Yeah,
DC that
did
someone has to
you-
be to know that you're?
But you did.
It's as the disguise self abilities. I don't think I make it, except for did you buy the clothes in front of us or did you do that
Yes.
sneakily?
Oh, that's
no,
right.
I
Okay.
did buy the clothes in front of you. Yes.
So maybe.
You would probably, I feel, be able to infer what's.
Yeah,
I
and
forgot about that.
he'll wink
I
at
might
you
not
when he
even
comes out.
know. Yeah, it might be changeling. It might be like you could be one of the
Yeah.
Could be a
weird
spell.
construct monsters.
Yeah.
Could be a
but
spell.
You do that, and she just like looks up at you. And she says, "Oh my God, Brutus."
Yes. Yeah. So spilling the beans, are we?
She says, "I'm so sorry. I thought."
Why don't you tell them what you really know?
She says, "Well, I guess if you're here, then
It's okay.
the cat's out of the bag, as it were."
Yes.
She says, "Well,
They've got dirt on me. I'm not going down by myself.
she just says, okay, I mean, I handed off my information to your agent." He says, looking at you, Bruce. He says, "I handed it off to Black Dragon, and he gave me some really weird vibes. Also, stupidest code name ever. I hate that guy. Anyways, he gave me some really weird vibes. So I don't know. I don't know if you already told them about the involvement of House Tarkanin, but I wouldn't trust those folks."
Why don't you just go ahead and fill them in? That way they know that they're getting the information from both sources.
For sure.
And I told you too that this is exactly what's happened. So this Cynthia will vouch for. Go ahead.
Yeah, she looks to you and says, "I think that those guys might be up to something and trying to acquire this specimen, as you so eloquently put it, for themselves.
Mhm.
I know that you've already paid them, so they have nothing to lose at this point, except for the hatred of House Vidalis, but they've already got that, so..."
What house did she say might be involved? Sorry, I'm not.
It's
fast at writing.
Tarkan.
Okay.
Yeah, Tarkanin, which is like... Tarkanin is the house that people with aberrant marks belong to. It's basically
Yeah, it's not a real house.
Yeah.
And where can we meet with these people from House Tarkan? I've heard from him already. I want to make sure we're not walking into a trap.
She just says, well,
Do you not believe me? I told Cynthia, tell him.
She says, I mean, we don't really meet with them. They've mostly contacted me. I don't really have a place. I thought that's what this was when I was confused about the letter, but I was expecting to see that guy and not this.
Yeah.
Whatever this
So,
is.
Gonna need a name and a description, sweetheart.
She just looks at you and just says, "Are you confused?" She says, "Black Dragon is the code name. I've never seen his face, really. It's always obscured by some shadow magic bullshit. I don't even know.
Mhm.
It's,
If you hear from him again, they're going to contact us, right?
yeah, I'll let you know if they contact me."
It's for your safety at this point, anyway.
Yeah, big agree.
No. Now Aries will look at the two of you now and be like, "Now that deal that we worked out, we're done. We're good. I did my part. Very good." And then,
I think we can help you guys.
all right. And Cynthia, you need to go back to that regular journalism. This crap that you've been writing lately, I just can't stand it. I don't even read your paper anymore. And he heads out the door.
Rethink your life, Cynthia.
Cool. And Cynthia's just like, ugh. And then she takes a drink of the wine and goes, ugh. And then she just gets up and she goes to leave as well.
I open the door for her, but I trip her.
Cool. I'm going to just make a dexterity saving throw for her.
And what?
Yeah, she fails and she trips. And she just looks at you and goes, why? And then just gets up and starts walking.
Because it's raining, and I shut the door.
Is there like a small alleyway to get changed back into regular?
Yeah, there's totally like you can walk through. So what happens, to describe this in very cinematic fashion, is you walk out first and like kind of go down to the right, and there is an alley like right around the corner that you can kind of duck into.
Yeah.
And she comes out right behind you, and she's going straight across to like a lift that is basically across the street to like get up to the middle city. As you are walking down the street,
Mhm.
you walk past, you kind of bump shoulders with an individual who is like a big, burly looking person. And can you make me a perception check really quick?
Sure.
Cool, 16. Yeah, you notice, like, just in passing underneath the hood of this person that they are indeed a warforged. And they have, like, white, like, war paint, basically, on their face. But they've taken lengths to kind of mash that up, or to conceal it, rather. And as you, like, you kind of walk past them, and you're like, what the hell? And you look back. And as you kind of are just about to turn the alley and you see behind you, you see Cynthia come out and turn in your direction. And she goes like, oh my God. And it becomes apparent to you that she's not looking at you. She's looking at the Warforged, and she books it into the lift. And the Warforged chases after her. And she manages to shut the doors to the lift quite quickly. And it just starts like climbing up the side of the wall, like clearly chasing after her.
Oh, smokes. I'm the only one
I
that sees
don't
this?
even have to kill her.
You are the only one who sees that. Everyone else in the bar probably heard Cynthia yell, oh my God.
All right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then.
I guess we run out.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
sound-
So instead of getting changed, Aries will just come back and be like, hey, we got to check this out. Look, I mean, there's this Warforged that came out and just went right across the road. What are you looking at me like that for?
You have a little devil ass on you.
Oh, yeah. That's... but yeah, seriously, she looked at this Warforged, went across there, locked herself in there. He's like half changed. He's like got his old shirt on, still the dressy pants. They're across the street. We got to go get her.
I zoom.
Cool. So you guys start booking. Okay, so that's going to help you here. This is actually going to be a skill challenge if you're going to try to catch up to them.
Yeah.
But if you're going to cast that spell, that'll give you advantage on some things for sure.
And I go into Blade Song as well.
Okay. So what I'm going to need first up is initiative rolls from everybody.
I imagine that Aries bought this suit like a little bit bigger, so all he has to do is just take those off and doesn't have to do a full change.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
Oh crap, I didn't press my token.
That's okay. If y'all
Yeah.
want to do that, then I can put you in. Erin, that's a good 21.
Do you think this is a good time for a
I didn't
break
click my token
before
either.
this kind of thing starts, or no?
If you want to take a break, we can now.
It's up to you.
I think I'm good, but
Do either of you need a break at all right now?
Up to you guys. I don't care.
cool.
I'm all set.
Great.
Okay. One way or another, I have to let my cat out super fast, but I'll be right back.
And then I'm still missing initiative. Oh, you re-rolled. Okay, so you're
I just
21.
re-rolled to enter in my turn order.
Yeah,
Sure,
and then
I'll do the same.
perfect. Thank you. And your original roll was what, a 3? Yikes.
Yep.
Oh no.
I mean, to be fair, in a skill challenge, it's not as important as combat, but
Yeah.
Yeah, and also he's still trying to get his clothes off and
yeah.
covering his face so nobody sees what he's trying to do.
Totally. So first up, can I get you guys all know how skill challenges work, yeah?
Kind of. You tell us to make a skill, we do it.
Yeah, basically you get to make, so you need to get 3 successes before you get 2 failures.
Okay.
And you can choose whatever skill you want that is going to help you catch up in this instance, basically. Whether it's athletics to just dead sprint, or acrobatics to like try to find a way to climb, or perception to find the clearest path, whatever. And the more relevant the skill you choose is to the situation, the better you can argue it, the lower the DC is going to be. So Olivia, you're up first. You guys are all just booking after Cynthia and this Warforged. What do you do?
So right now my movement speed is 60. I have advantage in acrobatics checks, but I'm not just gonna climb, right? I would like to use my acrobatics check right now to try to find and commandeer a little boat, little airship.
A little airship? Yeah, sure.
What are they called again? The
I cannot remember what the actual name for them is. I've just been calling them
Sky
sky
something.
cabs, but it is sky.
yeah, but it's like a
something.
sky. It's like a sky cab.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna get one of those.
Cool. So you see a guy like just kind of like sitting at basically what is like equivalent to a red light, and you go to try to take the cab. Go ahead and roll me your check. I give advantage on this because of Long Strider.
Yes. Well, I have advantage on it because my blade song.
Your
Actually.
blade saw gives you that anyway. Perfect. 16 is enough. Cool. So you basically just run in, and there's a guy.
I
And
just slide into the seat.
yeah. And are you sliding into the driver's seat or just sliding into the seat and telling him where to go?
Driver's seat. I'm pushing
Okay,
him over.
cool. You just like, yeah, you push him and like push him out. He's like, what the hell? I imagine you just show your rig and he's like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever. I just paid that off. Be gentle. And then you start ripping away. Are you going to pick up your friends here?
Yeah.
Or you just, okay. So you swing by and pick you guys up so you guys can all get in this sky cab. Mura, it is your turn. What skill would you like to use?
I'm going to be spotting her
Yep. That's perception.
from the ground because I can just teleport to her with my talisman.
That's true.
You know what you could do, because we have message and stuff going on, right? Could you maybe direct me
Yeah.
and give me advantage
That's
on the
exactly what I meant.
Cool. My driving check.
They're not good directions.
Yeah, you're just like, you look up, you're like, that way. Okay, Ares.
So we're all also in the same area, right?
You can be either standing on the ground beside Mira, or you can be in the sky cab with
We've got
Olivia.
Sky Raft, Sky Coach, and Soar Sled.
Sky Coach.
Sky
is the
Coach.
word I was
That's
looking
what it
for.
is.
Yeah, he's
I
going
was
in the
like,
sky coach. That sounds...
dirigible.
Cool. So you get in the sky coach.
We're big.
What would you like to do?
He's just again, he's just trying to shed this little bit of closing, and just says, "My friend, drive safe," and he's going to give Olivia guidance.
Nice.
Cool. Okay, so that's not even a check. Then you just do guidance, which means Olivia will get to add the D4 on your turn. Okay, Olivia.
All right, I'm gonna make a vehicles check.
Yeah, and you get to add 1D4.
I actually get to add 2d4, so I get to add 1d4 from the other thing. That's with advantage. That's not true. Why don't you take the 10?
That is not true. You can reroll if you want.
Sorry, Kika, no.
And then, let's see, 2d4.
Yeah, that's definitely a success. You just start
Mhm.
ripping up a level as you go, catching up to this Warforged. Okay, Mira, what do you do now?
I teleport into the sky coach.
Into the cab?
Yeah.
Cool. So you just zip in and you are in the back seat.
Sorry, it's harder to see down there than I thought it would be.
Okay.
We have the mark of passage. You should always know where you are.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Aries, what would you like to do to help the situation? Are you just going to guidance again, or are you
Guidance again, yeah.
sure? Okay,
Oh,
Olivia.
look out for that! Yep, guidance.
Okay, Olivia, what would
And-
you like to do?
I'm gonna zoom.
Cool. It's just gonna be another straight vehicles check. Although you have guidance and you. Oh my
So it's
God.
1d4. Oh yeah!
Hell yeah.
Unreal.
Let me roll the 1d4 just to see what we get.
So
Okay.
close to perfect.
You almost yeah, that was amazing.
Mhm.
So you go up almost a full level and you see her like exit the elevator
Mhm.
and start running, and then like jumping up from underneath that level, you see the Warforged and just chasing after her, and they're running across like one of the sky bridges that links like side to side, and you can pretty much with that check like get down and put yourself like between them if you want to, pretty much wherever you
Yeah.
want to be.
You should land
Moira?
it on the Warforge.
Moira, you're authorized to kill this man.
Hell yeah.
And I'll fuck it. I'll charge the
The
little sky
Warforged?
cab. Yeah.
So you're gonna try to
I,
hit him with it?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
lean
cool.
out the side with my bone out and I'm screaming. So like if you're right here and we zoom past, you hear like ah! It's really
So yeah,
good.
you totally come up from like beneath some cloud cover and try to smash this guy with the vehicle. So you've succeeded on the skill challenge, but this is basically just to see whether or not you can hit him with it or not.
At this point, I don't think I'm trying to hit him with the vehicle. If Moira's doing that, I think I'm just trying to get Moira close enough to do like a slide by,
Cool.
like strike.
So make a vehicles check again.
Yeah.
And you can, I imagine, Aries, you can give guidance because your turn would technically come in initiative beforehand. If
Nice,
you would like
nice.
And you
If
would
you'd
also
like to.
like to sit somewhere with a seatbelt
to. Yeah.
where it could just be like, yes, guidance, guidance.
Okay, and Mira, go ahead and make me an attack roll.
Okay. I am authorized.
$19 total is also sorry, I meant to say you can do this one with advantage, sorry. So just re-roll it with advantage.
Okay.
That's
beg your
my
pardon.
bad. Okay.
Well, that's much worse.
That's unfortunate when that happens. But yeah, and you get your guidance as well. Or wait, no, you weren't guidance. That was because that turn hasn't come up. So even the first one too. Okay, so that is a miss, unfortunately. But basically, what happens is you guys just rip in with this cab, and your check is good enough to get you the extra attack potentially. But unfortunately, you just like kind of crash land this thing on this sky bridge, and then just set it like careening. You guys managed to safely jump out, and then it just kind of careens and teeters and falls to the area below. And there's a satisfying smash. You just hear a voice go, "No!" From the floor below. But that is going to put us into proper initiative.
Was the driver okay? Did he jump out with us?
Oh,
or-
you kicked him out when you got in the vehicle.
Oh, okay, good, good.
Yeah, he's fine.
I need to commandeer your vehicle.
Sorry, police business, sort of.
The house will reimburse him.
Yeah, he'll.
We might get a scolding for that one.
Okay. Cynthia. Gonna go ahead and get an initiative from her also.
Kika,
Are we
for the
rerolling
love of
initiative?
fuck.
You can just keep the same initiative. That's no problem. Just for ease of use sake. Okay, so yeah, you guys come flying in, and what you see is a very large, aggressive-looking Warforged model, with a couple big blades coming out of each of his arms, and he seems to be making haste towards Cynthia. You try to swipe at him, and he manages to duck, and it clanks off of his thick armor. But you guys land, and first up is Olivia.
All right. Let's see. I cast Shadow Blade.
Okay.
I charge.
Okay. Hey, you have stupid movement speed too, so you can totally just get to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I Booming Blade.
Yeah. Make an attack roll.
I don't get a bonus, right? Just give me bonus damage. That's correct. Excellent, excellent.
11 is a miss.
Mm-hmm. And I think I have to hit in order to walk away.
Oh, with is it
Mobile.
mobile? No, you just have to attack.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. And then I dash away.
Move back to pretty much where you just came from. Sick.
Pretty much.
Okay. So you go up and swipe at him and miss, then get away very quickly. Mira. Your turn.
I will yell to him, "Who do you work for?"
Okay.
Does he say anything?
No.
I Eldritch Blast him. Fuck!
That is a miss.
Me!
Okay.
It was a
Do you
warning shot. I am authorized to kill you.
Do you only get one ray at this level? Probably, yeah. You just get the one Eldritch Blast. That makes sense. Cynthia is going to take cover over here and hide. Warforged just kind of looks at you. He doesn't say anything. He just runs forward towards Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
And is going to swipe at you a couple times.
Okay.
What is your armor class?
Right now, it's an 18.
Cool. So
I'm
the
gonna blaze
first,
on.
the first attack misses. The second attack is going to hit.
Okay. I'll allow it.
You'll allow it? Great. Cool. So he comes and swipes at you with these huge blades. And the first one you
Mhm.
manage to duck. The second one does get you for 9 slashing damage.
Oof. Then I have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah,
But I do get a bonus on it equal to my intelligence plus 3, so it's 17, so I make it.
you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. That's his turn. Ares.
Ares is going to use his one use of Guiding Bolt.
Yeah.
And I just need to find it. There it is. One use. D&D Beyond. Boom. What happened?
22 is a hit.
Yeah.
And 14 radiant damage is juicy. So you shoot a bolt of radiant energy at this guy, and it just boom, like you see it like dent a plate on its body, and he just is like, ah, and you see the light permeating around him.
Oh, it already did the damage, didn't it? I'm sorry.
It did. No, that's okay.
Yeah, 14.
Damage was better, so great. Okay.
Awesome. And yeah, and then Ares will take he's going to run back here with where Cynthia's at
Yeah.
and intern.
Okay. Wait, this is all
Remove that.
messed up.
How do I move him up there?
The turn order got messed up, but I'm just gonna do this, and we're gonna say it's fine. Okay. Mira. What's the GP? Oh, wait, did I mess something up? No, I didn't. I thought I did, but I didn't. We just did a full round.
am going to Eldritch Blast him.
Yep, that's a hit.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Extra attack roll is also made before the end of your turn. Has advantage too.
Oh! I don't want to reroll with advantage because last time that took me from a hit to a miss.
Well, technically you have to, unfortunately, if we're gonna keep the rules consistently. But I'm sure you'll still hit him.
Are ya? Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. The 16 is a miss. That's very
I'm
unfortunate.
pissed.
Well, with advantage, so
I feel bad, so we'll just take the first one.
It's fine. I don't
No.
want to break the rules.
on advantage. Doesn't she get to keep whichever one's better?
Yeah, because she rolled a 16 and an 8 with advantage. Like, we just re-roll the whole attack. Is how we typically do it. Like, if you
right
click the
on,
wrong button, because you wouldn't have clicked that at all if you were clicking the right one.
Gotcha.
It's unfortunate when you re-roll with advantage twice and both times the first
Okay.
number was better. Also, I think I fucked up the turn order a little bit. I skipped Olivia by accident. So before that happens, Olivia... Actually, you know what? Olivia should have technically gone first there. So depending on what you do, that might have eaten up the advantage anyway. So, Olivia, what do you do?
Oh, I'm gonna attack him.
Yeah. So technically, you should have the advantage on this. So
Yep.
roll advantage.
I have advantage? Okay.
Yeah. Because I
Angle.
skipped you by accident. I fucked up the turn order. That was my bad. 17 is a miss.
Wow. Okay. I go there.
Okay.
Peace.
Okay, so I can just roll the damage
So
on
now
the
it's your
23.
Yeah,
Oh,
technically the 23 would have been what you were supposed to roll.
Okay.
Because I messed up the turn order, so just roll the damage.
God.
5 force damage. Cool. So you stab Duck and Weave when he's paying attention to Olivia. You kind of just shoot him with a Eldritch Blast.
I said, tell me who you work for!
He does not. On Cynthia's turn, she's gonna take the hide action because that's what she do. And then on his turn, he is going to do a couple things. First off, he's gonna extend a hand towards you, Olivia, and try to shoot at you. He like puts his hand out and you see his palm like open up, and he's gonna take a shot at you with a
Alright.
little cannon. He misses though. He shoots just like a giant metal slug at you, which misses.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's gonna move here, and he's going to attack you once, Mira. Does an 18 hit you?
Yes.
Okay, so he's gonna hit for 9 damage.
Okay,
No,
I'm gonna, for my reaction,
Mm-hmm.
hellish rebuke him.
Sure. So he has to make a saving throw.
Let me read it.
He has to make it. It's a dex save, I think, right?
Yep.
What's your DC?
Is 13.
Okay. It's great damage on the roll. He does make it, but he still takes half. So that's what, 17 cut in half. So it's gonna be 8 fire damage to him.
And then I'm gonna tell him that he is not authorized to kill me.
Copy that. Okay, Ares, it is your turn.
Gonna cast Moonbeam on him.
Yeah. So that's just a straight up con save. That's on his turn that he makes that, right?
Whenever a creature enters the spell's area for the first time or starts his turn there, yes. So it'll be on his turn. And
Is he a shapeshifter?
yeah, is he a shapeshifter?
That would be hilarious. It's a 10-foot square, right?
It is a 5-foot radius.
Okay, yeah, so it's gonna be 10 feet all around.
Yeah, 5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point.
Where do you want to put this?
I like where you have it.
Right there? Okay, cool. Works for me.
In turn.
Alrighty. So you call down a straight up moonbeam. Olivia.
What is this unhappy square? bad things happen if I go
the
in there?
moonbeam. If you enter that square, bad things happen.
2d10.
Yeah, you take some
I can
radiant
go
damage.
I can go around the square.
You certainly
8
can.
feet. And I will stab.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
Nope.
Nope.
I back up.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Mira, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm going to thwack him.
Give him a thwack. With your arm bone,
Yeah.
Oh, the joys of being level 3.
right? That's a hit,
Well, SCAC.
right? Full plate, baby. Cool. So you extend an arm bone and you manage to get just between two of these big metal plates.
Can't I do that with chill touch? No.
No. That would be like Booming Blade or Green Flame Blade. If you have either of those, but Chill Touch, unfortunately, no.
I
Okay.
should have got Booming Blade. I don't know why I didn't. Such a good spell.
It is a good spell. On that note, Cynthia is gonna pull out a small gun and try to shoot him. And she missed. She just like panically like reaches and pulls out like shakily pulls out a flintlock pistol and fires it at him, but she misses. On his turn, he just looks at her and he's gonna shoot her back. And he's gonna hit. And she's gonna take 16 damage. And then he's gonna look back to you, Mira, and attack you with his greatsword. Arm. And what's your armor class?
11.
It's 11. Okay, so he does hit you with a 12.
Wow.
So that's gonna be 8 damage coming your way.
Okay. As a reaction, I'm going to Hellish Rebuke.
Yeah, sure. Does that consume a spell slot for you?
Yes.
How many spell slots do you have?
2.
You have 2 spell slots?
Yeah.
Okay, that's dope. Do it. Okay, and he needs to make a dex save. Also, Wally, will you please roll damage for your Moonbeam?
Sure.
And he has to make a wisdom save against that,
Is
right?
it just 8
Uh,
radiant damage?
Con save.
Oh, it's a con save. Okay. Okay, so he takes the full brunt of the Hellish Rebuke.
Oh shit.
Can I do it?
And yeah, it went through. It came through twice, and it rolled the same number both times. Crazy.
Nice.
Okay, and he... Okay, cool. So the Moonbeam is just like burning him, and then you Hellish Rebuke, and that also burns him. He's looking pretty rough. He is going to move out of that square over to here. Ares, it is your turn.
Does she get an opportunity?
He's still within her
Yeah.
reach. Yeah.
I was champing at the bit, but no.
So Ares, what's the plan?
We are going to move that beam.
Oh, he's cursed ever since I hit him.
We're going to move the beam back over on top of him.
Okay.
Yep, just like that.
Perfect. And sorry, Doxy, you're using your Hexblade's curse.
Yeah.
So that's something you have to do as a bonus action. Like you have to.
Oh,
activate it.
okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was automatic with.
No, you can
with
do it
this
once per-
specific weapon.
You can do it once per short rest.
Got it.
As a bonus action, you can curse him,
Okay.
and the
Damn
target
it.
that's cursed, you do extra damage, and you crit on a 19 or a 20.
Okay.
Okay, so you're
Also,
moving your
thanks for the
moonbeam.
follow, your heckin' ding dong.
Anything else?
For
'Cause
me,
moving the moonbeam is a bonus action, isn't it?
it is actually an action.
It's
And
your
then
main action. Okay.
Yeah, and then he's going to look over at Cynthia and be like, "You need to run."
Yeah, Cynthia's like, yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Olivia.
Hmm. How far is this 15? A stab.
I believe in you. Make an attack roll. You're so close.
I'm so close.
No!
A 7 is a miss.
I think we're gonna go right here.
Sure.
What kind of action is a shove action? Like an attack
Shove
roll?
is an
Yeah.
attack.
It's an opposed attack roll?
It's so shove is just a straight up attack, and if you use like the shove action, I believe it's your athletics versus their athletics or acrobatics, depending.
And
on
how far can you shove a person?
I believe it's up to 10 feet.
Okay.
Just check in.
Just checking.
Cool. Makes sense. Okay, Mira.
I'm going to Hexblades curse him with my arm bone.
Cool. 14 is a miss.
It sure is.
On his turn.
Wait. I'm going to
Yep.
take the attack of opportunity to move right here.
Okay. He is absolutely going to try to swing at you when you do that.
It's away.
Okay. So that is a critical hit. As you turn and go to duck away from him, he just like pierces you right through the back for 17 slashing damage.
I'm down.
Well, you made it over there, but yeah, you are unconscious. Okay. Then on his turn, he had to make a Constitution saving throw. What's your DC, Ares?
13.
It is 13. Okay, so he does make it, so he's going to take half damage, but go ahead and roll your damage. Jesus.
How's that? Wow.
That's
dang.
a 9, and that's almost max damage on a moonbeam. That's nice. You love to see that.
Yeah.
So even on a pass, that's still 9 radiant damage. He's looking not awesome. He's looking rough. He is going to run this way, taking this. Oh wait, shit! I fucked up the path. Yeah, I guess he'll take this path. Which is going to mean, Olivia, you do get an attack of opportunity here if you so choose to take it.
Take it.
I just have to roll
That
a
is a miss.
13.
That is a miss.
Just need to roll a 13.
And he's going to attack Cynthia. And he's going to hit her. She's going to take 13 slashing damage, and she's going to go unconscious.
Okay.
And he's going to attack her again. And she's going to take 2 death saving throw failures. Actually, I should roll it just in case he misses. Okay, he didn't miss. And then with the rest of his movement, he's going to jump off the edge. And fall many, many feet. And Ares, it is your turn.
Huh.
I have a question.
Yep.
Seeing this, the moonbeam is a 40-foot high cylinder, and I can move it up to 60 feet.
That's true.
So Ares wants.
Asking if you can move it in the space where he jumped off and move it down.
Yeah,
You'd be able to move it. Like, he's gonna land on the ground this turn, but you'd be able to put it down a level because it's like 40 feet down, specific from where you are.
yeah.
So you could do 40. Let me see. Actually, if you move it, whoops, shit, I'm messing this all up. You move it. Fuck. Okay, sorry, it was here. So it's 5.
Yeah, for some reason I can't move my token without messing up the map.
You should move it exactly the amount of distance that you need to move it in order to put it on his square on the floor below where you guys are.
That's what I want to
Because
do.
it's 40 feet down and 20 feet over. Yeah, okay.
Mhm. That'll be that'll be my movement and action, and then looking back over my shoulder at Mira, I'm going to use a bonus action to healing word.
Oh, you're amazing.
To Mira, okay.
Yep.
So go ahead and roll your healing there. 1.
I'll take it.
You know what? It's better than being unconscious.
It's better. Yeah, I was bleeding out.
Doesn't healing word also add your wisdom bonus?
Oh yeah, I must have messed that up. Yeah, so +3.
Okay.
Okay,
So it'd be
so
a
I'm
4.
at 4. Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
You're welcome. Now get your ass up.
I have never seen the height of Moonbeam matter before, so this is hilarious.
Yeah, I was just like 40. When I first looked at it, I was just like, oh, 5 figure radius. That's called 40 feet high.
Whatever, yeah. Well, Olivia, is your turn.
Um,
Put yourself back over there.
I jump.
You jump after him?
Yeah.
No, the moonbeam will get him.
I'm over to the side.
Okay, you jump after him.
I cast Featherfall.
I was gonna say you can't. Okay, so you cast Featherfall.
My last spell.
So I'm gonna put him back on the proper layer because we're basically just on the ground down there. So you jump off, you fall, and you cast Featherfall, and you land on the ground beside him, and as the moonbeam just comes down, cutting through the cloud cover. Yeah. Okay. Like, are you moving at all?
Yeah, so let me double check really quick.
Something worth noting is as you see him land, he does appear to clench something in his fist, which would be something you recognize as a Featherfall token, which is a very common item in Sharn. Because falling off of shit happens just daily here.
All right. Featherfall is a reaction, so I still have everything.
It is a reaction.
I stab.
Make an attack roll.
All right,
Make it
13.
count.
So
You are kidding me.
Okay. So
I
you
just need to roll a 13.
stab with the rapier and he just like clamps down on the sword. That is a miss.
All right.
Mira, it's your turn.
I have a question.
Yes,
Tell me if this is too shenanigan-y.
I will.
Can I run and jump off of the bridge and land on him with my Mira blade? Dark
You
Souls
can,
style.
but you're gonna take fall damage, and that's also in the moonbeam, which will hurt you as well when you enter it. But you can do that. But you'll be taking damage from falling and also from the moonbeam in the air,
Don't do it, my friend.
which is 2d10 and then an additional 4d6 for the falling.
Well, I
Unless-
wanted to deal him the falling damage.
I mean, you're still falling 40 feet. You would hurt him for sure, but you would also snap both your legs in half, maybe.
Why didn't you go pew pew?
Yeah, I will.
You're gonna shoot him.
Yeah.
Okay, Eldritch Blast him.
I should have grabbed you and jumped off with you.
Oh,
It's okay.
Eldritch Blast. Real quick, I just need to read something. That's a crit because you have him cursed. You Hexblade cursed him.
Yeah, I
You
didn't
rolled a
hit him
19.
with that.
It doesn't matter. It's any attack roll you make.
Even though she fell unconscious.
Yeah, Hexblade's curse is not concentration. It just lasts a minute.
Neat.
Nice. That's
I
awesome.
do 15 damage.
Cool. So just to because this all kind of happens at the same time, he just eviscerates Cynthia, who is bleeding out over there, and then jumps off. You just move your moonbeam there, it's just basically chasing him as he falls. He lands, the moonbeam comes down on top of him. Olivia jumps off, comes by, tries to stab him. He manages to deflect it, and then Mira just leans over the edge and just shoots him with an Eldritch Blast in the back, which is a kill.
I flip him off, and then I run over and use the help action.
Well, we're
on
still in
her.
initiative.
Oh, okay.
Still in initiative. But yeah, you see that Eldritch Blast come in, and then he just gets hit square in the back. It's like, it just like falls forward right in front of you, Olivia, as the Radiant Light just burns his body, basically. Next up is Cynthia. She needs to make a death saving throw. She succeeds. That's good. Now basically all of you guys have one turn before she has to make another one. So, Ares, is there anything you'd like to do on your turn?
I don't really want to waste a spell slot on her.
Don't.
So I'm going to try to medicine check it and try to stabilize her.
Yeah. I believe in you.
That is on my sheet. There it is.
You know, a 15 to stabilize. Fortunately, that is not it. Olivia.
I'm gonna call for the guards.
Cool. Yeah, you just call for guards, and they. Oh, by the way, do you drop your moonbeam, or are you keeping that up?
I'm going to keep that up on that guy just in case.
For sure. Okay, Mira, it's your turn.
I'm gonna run up. I can't do help action. I have to do medicine check.
You
I
can do a
forgot.
medicine check. Yep. You want to hit a 15? I believe in you. Hey! You prevent her from bleeding to death. Okay. Now no one's dying. Everything's all good. We can drop out of turn order. Cool. So with this
I throw
massive...
her off the bridge. I'm just kidding.
I was like, are you being serious? Because that's not out of character for you.
Into the moonbeam.
Right? Into the moonbeam. So you go over and you manage to stabilize her. She's not conscious, but she's no longer bleeding out. You like put a bandage across her several gaping wounds. On the ground, you guys can hear Olivia like calling for the guards. Some guards come over, and your moonbeam at this point, I imagine, would just fade naturally. And it did indeed just like wear like a couple inches off the back of this creature as it was just burning him as he laid there. And what you see once his cloak and stuff just burns away from moonbeam is a pretty large construct, pretty large warforged. I mean, you've seen dozens of creatures like this before, Olivia, if not hundreds. And this construct is peculiar because it is painted. It has a lot of white paint on it, like across the face and stuff, but otherwise seems like a pretty typical warforged. Are you searching the body, or are you just gonna let the guards take care of that whole situation?
I'm searching the body.
Yeah, grab me that fucking featherfall shit, bro.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, we pocket that token.
Yeah, so you find a featherfall token, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's just an action or a token that you can hold and lets you cast featherfall once a day for free. Also, he doesn't really have much in the way of personal possessions, because Warforged, like most of their weapons and stuff, are part of their body. You'd find about 50 gold or so on this guy, but most importantly,
I don't really care about the gold. I'm looking for something incriminating.
you would find
Although
this.
I will take the magical item.
Here's another handout for you.
Oh shit. Oh, okay, so this is White Dragon. I wonder if Black Dragon is a Warforged too.
Hard to say. Hard to say. But you do find this note crumpled up in his bag of personal effects. And eventually, as you call for the guards do come over. And one of them is just like, ugh, another gearhead gone off his rocker.
Actually, we think this one is working for House Tarkanan.
The two guards who come just look at each other, and one of them is like, that's even worse. But
yeah,
okay.
you should take me to somebody more important so I can explain the situation to them.
Okay, easy. They will just like pull the body off the side of the street. There's definitely people like lining either side of the street, just like looking in horror. As I mean, people fall from the upper city almost every day somewhere in Sharon. Most of them have featherfall tokens. Not all of them are giant warforged that get moonbeamed and then stabbed and shot in the back. So this is a little bit of a noteworthy occurrence. The people take some time or rather, the guards take some time to clear this guy off the road. So, what is the plan now?
I think I'm
How's
just gonna
it
give
going
all
down
of the.
there?
I'm gonna give the information we have, just like the head of the guard of Shard. Be like, here you go. Here are the notes.
Totally.
By the way, this woman's in danger because of her involvement, so you should probably just keep her here for her own safety, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Also, Brutus is a devil ass.
The guards are just like, okay, understood. We will bring her to the
Here's copies of the
medical
notes.
ward. Yeah, you just give them all your evidence, and I'm like,
Pretty much.
Jesus. So they
Thank you.
they all head out with the evidence and with Cynthia's unconscious body, and call it a day. So,
Oh, I'll also let them know that like we invited Brutus to come see us. So I don't know, maybe hang out and just
yeah, the
arrest
guy
him
like
after
well,
that conversation.
yeah, one the head guard who you're talking to when this all transpires, he's just like, well, I don't know what we can really arrest him for.
I'm not saying arrest him
Involvement?
immediately, but just be present and around
Mm-hmm.
so that when you can arrest him, you're there.
For attempted murder.
Technically, he'd had nothing to do with that, at least not that we can prove. But I mean, if you're able to prove that he hired these guys, then, or this guy rather, then we'll arrest him. That's like a pretty,
Yeah, we need a little more information, but
yeah.
I'm going home. I'm going to bed.
Okay. So are we going back to the Orion conclave?
and I give the guards like the head guard at least like the time that he's supposed to be meeting with us and
Totally.
the location.
Yeah. Okay. So basically now where we're at, just to summarize everything, is we've got two key things going on. You have the address of the place that Cynthia was stalking those creatures to, and you have a meeting set up for tomorrow afternoon with Brutus. And I
Hopefully.
guess, hopefully, yeah, we'll see if he shows up. I guess we will see what happens in a couple of minutes, because this is a great time to take a little breaky poo.
Okie doke.
So
Everybody
let's take
hang tight.
5, and we will be right back. Or will we? We will. We will. Okay.
Wally says hi.
Hey.
Hello. And
You know
welcome
what I care about. I know the other two.
back. Oh,
We're
Eric
live now,
is
baby.
speaking now. Eric is speaking from the other room. We'll better shut up and let Eric speak.
No,
I'm just-
he's right here, by the way. He's like 2 feet away from me for
Yeah,
some reason.
Fuck you, Eric. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
Bye.
super kidding. Welcome back, everybody. So, the gang is waiting for the arrival of Brutus Vidalis, and you guys are waiting just at the conclave of your house. So you guys rest, you get your full rest and everything. That all definitely just happens. What is the plan here? Like, is there like a meeting room you guys are waiting in? Are you waiting out at the front doors for this guy? What's the GP?
I'd like to meet in the parlor where we typically have our brandies after dinner.
Yeah, there's like a nice little fireplace going.
I was just memeing, but totally, yeah, that. Let's do
I mean, that is a thing that absolutely exists in an actual conclave of like any of the Dragon Mark houses. So yeah,
Our meeting area. Yeah.
exactly. Okay, so you guys, I imagine it's like a very big, like old school classical boardroom, like a big room. There's like a big long like mahogany table, like fireplace on one end. There's like a big stuffed bear in the corner or something. Like just like and of course the big coat of arms of House Orion, like above the fireplace. It's just the unicorn, right? Their symbol is the
Yep.
unicorn. Yeah. Really fun fact about House Orion, their symbol is kind of like the symbol of the electronical mechanical engineers, because the unicorn and lightning bolts. Anyways, that's there. It's very nice. There's windows outside. Today is a much nicer day.
Olivia, in the morning, you go to like message me or whatever, like ready for today or whatever.
Mhm.
But you pick me up before you send anything out, and you just hear me being like, yeah, when he gets here, stand behind the door and shut it behind him all hidden. Trust me. It's
Oh, no.
really cool.
Oh no. No.
I'm
Oh,
not.
Olivia, I was just teaching them that cool move you taught me.
Oh no.
And yeah, Aries, I guess you're not from here, so this is probably not something you're accustomed to. But yeah, this is like a really nice place. Like the guest room is beautiful, and like in the morning, like someone shows up to just like give you food. You know, it's a very nice kind of ritzy situation.
Nice
And,
raspberry syrup.
Yeah, I imagine you guys the staff would like set out some like wine and refreshments and stuff as is customary for like any type of business meeting, and you guys hang out, and it's around getting close to the time that your meeting is supposed to take place. Before we go into that, is there anything that anyone wants to do specifically before we roll with that situation?
I eat breakfast.
Great. You guys
It's
eat.
nice.
It is nice. It's very nice.
Yeah, I'll have some of the raspberry crepes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
absolutely.
Did we all long rest?
Yes.
Um,
I'll get your long
okay.
rest.
I'm gonna ask for a changing room just in case.
Yeah, and yeah, a changing room or a changeling room. But yeah, no, they can do that for you. Yeah, like you would have like your own like private room and stuff for all that kind of thing. But yeah, so we get close to the time of the meeting, and you hear voices coming from out in the main area. And as the voices get closer, you can hear someone saying like, "Oh yes, Mr. Vidalis, they're just this way." And like the door opens up, and in comes in his signature green suit and purple tie with his golden round spectacles, comes Brutus Vidalis, and he enters and he just like looks mad, but he doesn't say anything. But he definitely has that stern look to his face, and he comes in. And the attendant is just like, here they are. That will be all. And like gives a nod and shuts the door on her way out. And he just comes in and takes a seat at like what would effectively be the foot of the table, of this big mahogany table. And he just looks and goes, so
Wonderful to see you again.
charmed, I'm sure. What is it that brings us all together on this prodigious occasion?
Mostly crime.
Have you committed a crime?
Not yet.
Why do you want to have Sylvia kill? I wanted to kill her.
Are you talking about Cynthia?
Yeah.
I mean, I saw my desk and everything that you left there. So I know that you were committing a crime, as it were.
We were let into your office by your assistant, and I just penciled down an appointment for you.
He's very nice, and she deserves a raise. Just
She does great work.
I'm sure that's exactly how it happened.
Hmm.
I'm sure there were no alarms triggered by anyone who maybe got a little overzealous on the way in and then didn't have a way out. But that's
No,
neither.
but I was very cold. Thank you for the jacket.
Well, we have all been brought here together today by your graceful execution. So I propose you tell me what exactly it is that you want, and we can go from there.
We want to know your real business with this thing. You lied to us the first time, we found out. If you lie to us this time, we're just gonna find out. Like, let's stop meeting like this.
He kind of leans forward and like arches his fingers and he says, okay, I suppose I could give you a little more information.
Give us all the information. Just save the
Mm-hmm.
time.
But if I do, I need assurances that what we are about to speak about does not leave this room. Because once you know, it is for your own benefit that no one finds out that you know.
Okay, I didn't want to have to do this. And I clap my hands, and then the guy that I was talking to earlier slides in front of the door with his hands like this.
He's just
Carry
like,
on.
Oh no.
I mean, it's a simple prospect. You just need to tell me that you're not going to tell anyone about this, and I will tell you what you want to know.
Sure. To be honest, I don't care about the inner workings of all this. I want to know who robbed the bank, because we're hard to do. And honestly, I have enough here to make house, Kenneth look silly.
I mean,
I have
that's
enough
easy.
information here to make the dwarves look silly.
They've done that themselves.
Exactly. I've gotten what I want out of this.
He says, all right, fair enough. And he just like reaches into his satchel and pulls up like a big stack of like loosely put together notes and just like puts it on the table with a thud. On top of which is like a leather bound journal. He says, this are all the notes I have about whatever this thing is. Says I in the notes have been referring to them as a clockwork transgression, for that is what the church would no doubt consider them, or a CT for short. And he just says wait, and he looks to the door and sees the guy that you talked to who's like standing in front of the door. He's like, is he cool?
He's a member of our
Look at
family.
him.
I don't mean is he like stylish, that much is apparent. He clearly is a metrosexual man with great taste. I mean, is he okay to understand what we're about to speak of here?
Jody,
Do
are you cool?
trust him? Joe's like, yeah, I'm cool.
He's cool.
It's like, all right, Joe's cool, then we're all cool. Let's continue. And
Jody.
sorry, I don't mean to be too familiar. Jody, whatever. Anyways, he like kind of slides the stack of paper and he says, there's a man who traveled here from Zendrick some weeks ago who was taken in to custody, considered a madman, into one of the asylums for ranting and raving about beings from beyond, and not the typical beings from beyond. I know there are so many of them out there. More so beings from beyond our scope of understanding. Mechanical beings that evolved naturally to be that way. Spouting, I mean, you read my notes. You saw what I put to paper. He was raving about things that many, many more closed-minded folk may take issue with, were these things to be spoken aloud in non-polite company, or worst case, were these things to be true. And I heard of his presence through an agent of mine. I picked him up after agreeing to set him free if he gave me all his notes. I have not seen him since, but he was a very troubled old man. He was a very peculiar individual. This is what he gave to me, and this is what made me draw the connection to this potential bank robbery, and hearing from my sources that poor old Horton may have seen something that he was not ready to see. In any case, that is what drew me to this particular juncture. See, were these things to exist, the implications of that are vast, and the possibility to map them and use them in our work is impossibly valuable. I'm sure you understand. So it was with much trepidation that I had to take the steps I did in order to try and discover such things. And at this point, you hear more voices coming from the hallway, and the door opens again, and Jody like steps aside, like, what the hell? And you see that same attendant who's just like, Brutus Vidalis again, and you just see Brutus, who's sitting at the end of the table with you, look towards the door, and another Brutus standing in the doorway, and the one who is sitting at the foot of the table just says, "Oh my God, they do exist." And the one who's standing in the doorway just runs, just turns around.
I chase him.
Erin, you're muted.
I'm just talking very quietly.
Oh.
Long Strider and Blade Song. I'm getting like a mileage out of that spell today.
Yeah, absolutely you are.
Like
The third time I've cast
legitimate
it.
actual mileage.
Hilarious. So this is going to put us into yet another skill challenge. And you have your extra speed, so you're gonna be able to catch up to him almost no problem.
Mhm.
This is more gonna be about navigating. So I guess you guys can't roll initiative unless you have tokens out, huh? Let me boop, boop, boop. There's tokens if y'all want to roll some inish. So this one we're gonna need 7 successes before 3 failures.
I forgot where the initiative button was for a hot secchi there.
Okay. Okay. So first up is Ares. What would you like to do?
Wow. So he's in this room, right?
Yeah.
He's just
He's just turned and like booked down the hallway. He's got a little bit of a lead on you guys, but he's there.
yeah. Ares first he's gonna look at both Olivia and Mira and say, "That's not me." And then he's going to he's going to take off after him as well. Just going to run.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's gonna just be, I guess, an athletics check.
Okay. Ooh. Athletics.
Is this track from Speedrunners?
No. It sounds like a speedrunner's track though.
Yeah.
But this is not from speedrunners though. Okay, that is a 10 is gonna be 1 failure. This guy's very fast. I'm just going to use Olivia's token to track this. He is like moving with unnatural speed. And while Olivia, now with your unnatural speed also, he's like kind of keeping pace with you. But yeah, okay. You guys are chasing him. Mira, what would you like to do?
Okay, so I would like to use an intimidation check
Yep.
to say, get down on the fucking ground.
Okay. Roll an intimidation check. That's very good. This individual does not seem phased in any way, shape, or form by what you are saying, but
That does count
Because
towards
it's
our
so-
successes, though.
yeah, what I was gonna say is because you're speaking so loud, it does cause other people to get out of the way, thus clearing a little bit of a path for you.
Jody just drops on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's like, okay.
Not you, Jode. Come on.
All right, Olivia.
All right, so I'm keeping pace with them, right?
Yeah.
And he wasn't that far away from me because he was just.
Yeah, you're keeping, he's like 20, 30 feet ahead of you tops, but you're like
I
keeping.
cast Misty Step.
Okay. I'm just going to say that automatically gives you like one success here.
Okay.
Where you basically just skip ahead using a spell.
That's
And
like a bonus action. Can I like still use my acrobatics to try to like grab him?
yeah, sure. I will allow that. You can use an
Hell
acrobatics
yeah.
check. So
I get to roll with advantage because I'm in a blade zone,
Yep.
but I can't roll.
Oh my goodness. This is the worst I've ever seen you roll.
It's
I feel
crazy.
So
It's
bad.
it's bad today.
So you teleport ahead and try to grab him, and you like
Rude
grab onto
curse.
his. You do grab onto this thing's arm, and you just see its arm kind of like burst in like a slight way as the flesh just tears away, and it reveals this mechanical arm, which just like quickly snake like comes out of your grasp, and it's probably quite alarming as well.
Erin, before your next roll, I'm gonna need you to go and drop off whatever it was that you stole from whatever museum you stole it from.
Ares.
Yeah, so I think it's probably safe to say that he's not going to catch the two of them.
Yeah, like they're still within view. Like you're just starting to fall behind a little bit because of your last check, but you still have things you can do. Well, I mean, it's literally whatever you tell me you want to do.
Would shape changing into, let's say, maybe a deer or something that's got like a 50 feet movement, right? Would that help any? Or
That would
I
definitely help. If you wanted to do that, I'd let you try another athletics check or acrobatics with advantage. If you're gonna shift.
You had me at acrobatics because the athletics is just awful.
It's rough, yeah.
Yeah. So we will use a. Now, who's staying in the room with the other guy though? Because there's two of them.
Technically, no, Jody's in there.
I'm gonna stay with Jody.
In that room, okay.
That's a
Yeah,
good idea.
yeah. Yeah, I don't want the other guy to leave either. So I'm gonna look down there and be like, I'm going back in.
They got it. Cool.
You
You
can
go
sit
back.
and read the notes with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's literally just like sitting there like in deep thought. And he's like, "This is so fascinating." Mira.
Okay, so now I want to charm him with my persuasion and be like, look, if you stop running, this will all be over
It's gonna be
faster.
a very hard check, but you can give it a go. Oh,
Woof.
that is a failure, which brings us up to our third failure. So yeah, you guys are booking after this guy, and you lose him. He manages to escape your grasp, and he doesn't respond to what you say to him, and he just disappears into the city below. Because you guys are in like the middle city right now, and he just jumps off, and it's impossible to tell where he's gone. You do have an address to where he might be headed, but
I stop and just stomp my foot, and I'm like, I am not used to people not listening to me. I am not used to this.
I know.
First there
So-
was
It's-
Sylvia, and then there was this Brutus guy, and then there was that Brutus guy. I'm batting a 0. We have
People-
baseball here.
why not? That's canon.
We're just buying our time.
Okay.
We know where he's going. Let's get back to the Rufus Brutus we have nailed down.
Cool. So you guys go back in. And yeah, Brutus is still chilling. He's just like, so. I take it you didn't catch him.
No.
Did you see how fast that motherfucker ran?
He was
Did
pretty
you
fast.
see?
I did.
We'll get him though.
I believe you.
Where is he going?
We
Hell
think
if I know.
we might know.
Cynthia thought he might be going here, and I'll hand him the address. Do you know why she thought that?
He looks at it and says, "This means nothing to me. I'm sure if she thought that's where they were, that she had her reasons."
We should go there, and you should join us.
I don't know about all that. But I'll tell you what. If you go there and you manage to take one of these things alive, I will pay you a handsome sum. Name your price.
Some splicing?
Yeah.
I'm sure whatever you're offering, the other houses will match once they realize what we have.
Right. But I'm sure, I mean, 2 houses already know about this. Why include any of the others? You know what's going to happen if they all find out about this.
Yeah,
Oh.
we just got done with one of those.
What will happen?
Nothing good.
I think we'll be fine.
Oh, we'll be fine. It's not House Vidalis that you need to be worried about. I mean, we've never involved ourselves in the dirtier side of politics, as I'm sure you know. I'm simply offering you a fair exchange, currency for something of value.
We'll have to consult with other members of our house, of course.
Of course.
Yes, we'll have to consult with the other members of our house.
He just like, who is this guy? My secretary was very upset when I came back. He says,
Perhaps
"In any
you should
case-"
stay and have a meeting with the other members of our house while we go track this
I think
other
that's a
you
great
down.
idea.
Also think
Let me just get Auntie.
yeah. Go give Auntie a ring.
I'll just fill her in what we have,
Yeah.
who we
She's
have.
just like, interesting. That old skeevy bastard wants to make a deal now, huh? Okay. Well, we'll see what we can milk him for. And
Oh,
with-
Auntie.
with that, she will basically leave you off. Now you do, I'll give you another handout as well. You do acquire these notes, which are basically just culminate. What it effectively is these notes that he gave you are detailing the person is never named. They never have their own name really recorded in any of this, which is like, it's their journal, so why would they, I guess. But it effectively culminates in them traveling to Zendrick, doing all these crazy archaeological digs, some of them relevant, some not, they went looking for the source of whatever magic it is that perhaps led to the Warforged creation, or what they could be based on, following a rumor that there could be something in Zendrick, and ended up coming across something much more interesting, which had nothing to do with the Warforged, but as they put it, is indeed a different form of life. And they talk about bringing it back to Sharn with them when they came back from this archaeological expedition. And the final entry that you find here is this. You should be able to read this one because it's not in weird, dumb cursive. I can read it out loud unless one of you guys want to, for the benefit of Chad. No? Okay. So the final entry that you find in this journal is written to say, "I dream yet again. In my dream, I saw a forest of artificial trees, their whirring cogs intertwined in harmonious ratios. The dirt and plants twanged with musical clicking of dowels and springs and gears. This forest's clockwork animalia made way for me, yet were unafraid of me. They had no reason to fight, no reason to devour and replicate. They had higher purpose now, to which I was not yet privy. My mind would not be able to comprehend the purpose of even the lowliest of these beasts. Their filth-ridden minds had been excised, burned away, and reforged into something new. To my side, walking with me, I saw a godlike being. To my other, a dragon. And to my front, I saw him, our Redeemer. I saw the godlike being enter his embrace and emerge as something new. All its godlike achievements so far would have been child's play. He would achieve more in a moment than he had achieved up until now. The dragon came forward next. In my dream, the hours of his vivisection lasted only moments, but he emerged from his holy surgery perfected. He was so much more grand. He was made clean and sinless. And I knew I was next, and I was happy. And that is the final entry that you find in the ravings of this person.
Just let out like a deep breath, like something.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I think we only have one place left to go.
Let's go. I'm
Back
ready.
to the book.
I had crepes. I feel strong.
All that crepe energy. Okay.
I think the last thing I say to Auntie on the phone, whatever device we have for communication,
Yeah.
is just,
Rocky
is Moira,
Talkies.
the Rocky Doggies, is Moira authorized?
She'll just say yes, dearie, whatever you think is best.
I'll just give Moira a nod.
Told you, I'm always authorized.
Not true. Not a fact. So you guys travel to that location. The alleyway between the Red Rock Inn and that weird consignment shop. You get there, and you do find between these two buildings there is kind of a side alley that doesn't appear too noteworthy at first. But can you guys all roll investigation for me, please? This is where Erin rolls her nat 20.
How much do you want this?
Hey, I mean, Aries, that's not great, but everyone else did pretty good. Aries is like, oh man, consignment shop. Because it's like, no, come on.
Where are we going? Where are we
I
at?
could get so many clothes in here.
But as you guys are exploring, Mira is actually, you're the first person to notice this. It looks just like random garbage on the side, but underneath like a flattened out like box, you find a small hatch.
Okay, hear me out. That box is flapping a little crazy.
Box?
I just kick it over.
You see a hatch.
Oh.
I open the hatch.
The hatch is locked.
I
How
knock
did you
on
know
the
that
hatch.
was there?
You knock? You cast knock, or you just knock?
No, I just knock.
Cool. It's metal. It gives you a clang, clang, clang when you knock on it. But there is yet no response.
I yell to the hatch. And I
What do you
say, I am authorized to enter.
The hatch does not respond. I feel like I'm a text-based RPG right now with a player who's just yelling random nonsense at me and I don't know what to do. The hatch does not answer.
Is there anything like heavy around that I can use to break the hatch?
Yeah, there would be like just like there's garbage and stuff back here. There'd probably be like a piece of scaffold. You can try to make an athletics check.
I have a crowbar. You want to use a crowbar?
That'll let you do an athletics check with advantage.
Crowbar is wonderful, thank you.
There you go.
Use that leverage. Yeah,
There's
you
the natural
What the
20.
fuck?
you open the hatch.
The wizard.
Yeah, you take it. You're like, okay, and you pry, and just it pops right open with a satisfying clang.
You see, you just got to get right there. And
You pop it.
It's a
open.
matter of leverage.
Yeah, you understand fulcrums and whatever.
So, I imagine you guys go in the hatch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
it's filthy, isn't it? We're in trash.
What's that?
We're just like rummaging around in trash. This is the worst.
Yeah, it's extremely filthy.
I take out a
Uh,
handkerchief.
yeah,
This
there's a lot
bothers
of
me.
when you as you're going down through this hatch, you're literally just going into what appears to be like a cave at first, and there's just garbage down here and like up there, and you guys continue making your way through. Eventually, the trash stops, but you are still in what is essentially a narrow tunnel system. The walls are kind of like slick with moisture, and you can feel yourself descending. And as you descend, you those of you with keener ears, the sound of the city starts to fade away, and you just hear, like, you almost more feel it than hear it, just like the din of like grinding gears and like machinery and stuff just coming through like the walls in almost every direction. And you keep going and going, and eventually the tunnel spits you out into what appears to be a place of intent, meaning that you find yourself in a room that is floored with actual worked stone. There are a couple pillars in here supporting. The entrance from which you came, to your right, there is a passageway that appears completely blocked off and caved in. It doesn't look accessible. To your left, there's kind of an open hallway, and dead ahead of you is a very large adamantium door. Something else noticeable is there is blood on the ground, almost all around you and in the hallway. I'm going to bring you to a map here so you have a better visual of what I'm talking about. Boop.
Just a casual map.
Just a casual map.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing more of those lately.
You have been.
Yeah, so you never know if combat is or isn't going to happen.
This looks like a secret door.
So from the north is where you came from. This is the blocked off hallway that's not really accessible. This is the hallway that I described, and this is that large adamantium door that I was talking about.
Okay, okay.
Everything's black for me.
Scroll down.
Oh, I'll give you vision. That's probably my bad.
Is this blood?
It sure is.
I see your opinion and everything though.
Oh, it's because I did a mistake. There we go. I had your old token in there.
Ah, now I can see.
Okay, great. Okay. So
Would
this
you
is
like to knock on the door?
You knock on the door. Okay. You do that.
Does anything happen?
I don't know, not yet.
Okay. I yell at the door. I am authorized to enter.
It doesn't open.
Is there a space under the door?
There is not. This door looks airtight as hell. I'm not letting you pull that bullshit twice in one session.
What's over here? What's in here?
Okay, cool. All right, I will open that up for you. So this door you go to open and it just opens.
Mhm. More blood.
Inside there you see what is basically like large bins that are just full of human body parts.
This is gross.
People were missing.
They're not
according to the
even
paper.
sorted.
Why would you sort the body parts, Moira? Why?
Well, because they go together.
Also, if anyone who wants to would like to roll me a either investigation or just straight wisdom.
Oh no, I rolled advantage. Me too.
Nope, no, you didn't.
I rolled advantage twice.
It came through twice. Great.
There's my 20.
There's another nat 20 on a skill check. And the first one was a 22.
The straight wisdom.
Just straight wisdom if you don't have investigation. That's fine. Yep. Cool. Okay, yeah, you guys all roll high enough to notice this. Well, there is blood on the ground, and there is very much blood around these body parts. It's there's a lot less than you'd expect. Like, this should be like a reeking mess of gore, and it's like weirdly not. Like, it is reeking and there is gore, but like, it's a lot less blood than you would expect from seeing a
You'd
bunch of
expect like blood jello on the ground and
basically,
stuff,
and that
yeah.
is just not present. There's just like a thin, dry layer of blood.
Okay.
And did you open up the door on the other
Like
side?
how would-
Nope, but I was going to.
Cool. You see the same thing in here, except also in the corner there's some type of arcane machine constructed there.
I turn it on.
Yeah, so looking at it, it's fairly obvious to you what this is. This is just basically a disposal device of some kind. Like, it's basically a wood chipper.
Oh, see, this is how you would sort the body parts.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Why? Why is Moira upside down?
Because I'm fidgety. Sorry. I like to play. I'm sorry. I will stop.
What's over here?
So going into this room, you see pretty much exactly what you see there. There's two doors that open into two other rooms, and that room just looks like a kind of like a common sitting room. There's a torch lit, just a bunch of books on the shelf.
I would like to look at the books. Do any of them stand out to me?
Some of them are just general, like kind of arcane, like basic text and that kind of thing. There's a lot of books here about the history of Sharn, and not just the history of the city, but also the history of this continent specifically. There's a lot of textbooks and history books here about the last war and different accountings from different people, that kind of thing primarily. Olivia, you're going through this door.
Yeah, let's open this door.
Okay, you open up this door. Inside this door, you see a very similar scene, being that of sorry, my roll 20 was all messed up. You see a very similar scene, being that of a bunch of library books. These ones seem to be a bit more arcane in nature. A lot of them have to do with biology, like they're like biology textbooks and that kind of thing. Stuff you'd expect to see in the vivarium of House Vidalis.
Olivia,
Yes?
will I be excommunicated if I borrow some of these?
No, I don't think so.
I just start stuffing them into my bag.
I just want to make sure these books are what they seem, like removing covers, make sure there's like stuff behind them.
Totally. All of them are genuinely what they seem to be.
Okay. What's through here?
Last room appears to be, again, a sitting room with a fire going. There's some personal effects laying around. You do find basically what tantamount to a copy of the notes that you were given by Brutus in here. It's likely that the versions he gave you were copied from somewhere else.
Okay.
If we put out this fire, maybe there will be things hidden in the ashes.
I just what I'm kind of thinking, just looking around for like hidden, like nooks and crannies, levers, switches.
Yeah, you do not find anything like that.
Okay.
But you do, and Ashley, can you all roll me an investigation check, please?
This means I'm gonna roll well in combat.
It does. It does. The omens are clear. Great. It's actually Mira who finds this also. When you're kind of looking around some of these personal effects, you do find a key which looks like it's made out of the same material as that massive door.
Let's go open a door.
Yeah, let's.
Lettuce. I'm just gonna drag you guys all over there.
Okay, yeah, if you could do that so that I could get the map for stream ready, that'd be great.
Yep.
Let's cast Mage Armor.
Whoa. Mage armor, big spells, big spells.
Actually, just makes AC like one more. That's it.
Okie dokie. So, you guys open up this door, and it opens with a very loud and long creak as the two double doors just like swing open in front of you. And that's what you see. And you are in this tunnel, and you see a lot more blood on the floor in here, just like drag marks on the floor, basically.
Oh, gosh, I don't know whether to open the horrific door or follow the horrific trail.
The door here, when you try it, is the handle doesn't move. It seems to be locked.
May I borrow your crowbar? Once more. Aries.
Yes, absolutely. I'm
Thank
sitting here
you.
trying to move my token on roll 20, and it keeps
Like flying you around the map.
Yeah.
Oh, roll 20.
Yeah, I don't. It's like I can't keep up.
Yeah, go ahead and make an athletics check with advantage. You do manage to spring the door basically off its hinges, and behind it, this area is also just caved in straight up.
Mhm.
Okay.
It looks like a room that was connected to this hallway at some time, but this place seems very old.
Right.
Horrific
All right.
trail it is. Okay.
Solves that quandrum.
Cool. So
Oh.
what you guys see as you come in here is you see can I get a history check from everybody, actually?
Sure, but it's not going to be swell.
That's okay. I'm expecting.
tell me
first one
everything.
to be LOL. It also makes the most sense for your character to get this, to be honest. But 21's also quite good.
Now I'm not going to roll well in combat.
No, you've squandered your nat 20 on a stupid history check and lore.
I'm not going to roll anymore for these. I'm saying now I'm fine being ignorant.
What you see is you see 3 clockwork creatures, all of which are working with like precision tools on this massive construct that you see in the middle. And you see them moving at like a blinding pace, like quickly, like with one apparatus in the same hand, like pulling out a part and then replacing it with something else. You would also see like in the corner of this room are just piles of like bones and like body parts and organs and stuff that, again, there is blood and stuff there, but it's not like a gory ripped apart mess. It's just like as if someone had taken someone apart, like they were made of Legos, and put them back together with machinery. And this construct in the middle doesn't appear to really be finished, but they're just working on it. And what that construct is, Erin, you specifically would know this, that is a Warforged Titan, which is like a 20-foot tall Warforged construct, of which only a few were made, but they were very popular in the war and were often used the same way that you would use like a tank, like just sent in to cause mayhem. But that is what they seem to be working on. And as you guys all round the corner, you just see one of them like kind of snap their head in your direction, and then the other 2 do as well. And that's going to be initiative. Boop.
Okay.
That's going to be a straight up initiative roll, baby.
Mira got an 11.
I'm gonna roll this guy separately. Boom, boom, boom. Okie dokie. Everyone's rolled in?
Mm-hmm.
Am I missing
Yep.
anybody? Okay. We're Gucci. We are Gucci. Okay. So. Oops.
That's a bummer.
The first one is actually going to be the one that is over here. And he is going to move up here. He just runs up with quite an aggressive speed and is going to... What's he gonna do? Let's go ahead and shoot at whoever's in the middle. Mira. Boom. Oops, there we go. Mira, what's your armor class?
11.
Cool. So you're gonna get a hit for 9 force damage as this thing just opens its arms, kind of reform from this many surgical tools into like a barrel, and it just fires a bolt of pure energy at you. But then it's gonna end its turn, and that's gonna move us on to Olivia.
I'm going to enter a blade song,
Okay.
which is it's a bonus action to start. Is it possible for me to use 2 bonus actions if I don't use an action?
Yeah, because a bonus
Yeah.
action, yeah, you can use your action to use a bonus action. Absolutely.
So I'll use Shadow Blade then.
Okay, so you're just blade sawing and getting your weapon ready.
Yep.
Okay, and are you moving or anything?
And yeah, I'll move up. I can't attack. Maybe I
Okay.
shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Is
Okay.
what it is.
Next up is this young man who is going to run up here also beside you.
Mhm.
And he says something to the other two in a language that I don't think, well, I know for sure none of you guys speak, but he's communicating with them in some way.
I
And-
took Dwarvish. Does that
They're not
help?
speaking Dwarvish. He's going to attack you.
Okay.
What's your armor class?
My armor class right now is a 19.
Okay. He's going to miss, but he basically lunges out at you
Mhm.
with these blades in his hand trying to harm you in some way, but you are able to basically just step back and he does not hit you.
Mhm.
So that's fine. Next up is Mira's turn.
Okay, so Mira is going to run up this far. And she's gonna Eldritch Blast this boy.
Yeah. Make an attack roll.
Does a 16 hit him?
Hasn't come through for me yet. Oh, there we go. A 16 is going to be a juicy miss.
Fuck! You can't say juicy miss.
I can, and I did. So, anything else you'd like to do?
There's nothing else I can do.
Okay. This one is going to also move up. What's your armor class? It's 21 right now, you said, Erin?
19.
19. I don't know why I said 21. I would have just said yes. Anyways, ooh, that one's gonna be a hit.
I'm gonna shield.
Very wise.
That makes it 24.
So that is gonna miss. So what you see is this guy comes up to you, and like, you see that there would have been like, as someone who is a previous warrior, like, you know, like, kind of how this works. There was an opportunity and maybe a drop in your guard where he should have attacked you. Didn't. He kind of waited for a more disadvantageous opportunity, you could say, but clearer one. It was like he was targeting a specific part of you, basically.
Okay.
And he was gonna get you, but shield prevented that from happening. Ares.
My friends, this looks fun. Ares is going to do a couple things. The first thing he wants to do is cast Moonbeam.
Yep.
And he would like to... I think you have control of that. Can he get all 3 of them, or at least 2 of them?
You can definitely get 2 of them. I don't think you can get all 3,
Okay.
but if you center it like right here, you can get these 2 for sure, or these 2, whichever.
I want to get the top 2.
top 2. Okay. Boom. Just
Yep,
like that.
those 2. Yeah. So that's the first thing, which is action. And then as a bonus action, he would like to use his wild shape and enter starry form for the first time.
Oh,
Okay.
hell yeah, bud.
Yeah. So as a bonus action, you can expend a use of your wild shape feature to take on a starry form. And so this is going to, he's gonna just kind of like go dark, and then where all of his joints are at is going to be just like bright little orbs, which are representative of stars, and even on his knuckles and every joint. And it just looks like there's like white lines connecting, like he like takes the form of a constellation.
Hell yeah.
And we're going to use the archer form, which gives him a 60 feet spell.
Okay.
Am I within 60 feet, or do I need to move?
Mira looks over at Olivia and says, "Can we just keep him at Orion? Can we just keep him?"
I just jumped into the next room.
Yes.
Over.
Okay. Yeah, your token just like flew away. You're within range of all of them, though.
Okay, so the one that I'm not targeting, I want to hit with the archer ability, which is a ranged spell attack.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
Where is it? Just says 1d8. I don't know if this will do it or not. Did that do it?
That's the damage, but it didn't do an attack.
Damage is fine with me. No, just kidding.
And he rolled max damage.
It's a Constitution save, DC.
Oh, is it? No, let's see. On activation.
That's from Moonbeam.
On activation and as a bonus action, you can make a ranged spell attack. It doesn't give me an option in D&D Beyond those.
So that would just be 1d20 plus your wisdom plus your so it'd be plus 5.
Proficiency.
Right?
Mhm.
There we go. Spell
So,
attack 16.
The 16 is a miss.
Oh, damn.
A juicy miss.
A
if,
juicy
miss. What's a
my
juicy miss?
is to be
Yeah.
believed.
Intern.
But yeah, you're in your star form now, which is
Yeah.
okay. That brings us to the top of the round.
Hey,
The one in
now.
front of you needs to make a Constitution saving throw against Moonbeam. He's trying to hit a 13. He does not, so he's going to take the full 13 radiant damage.
Sweetness. Let me get you some damage here. Yeah.
I think I've been sleeping on Moonbeam as a spell.
Moonbeam is a great spell, man. It's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get some swing combat music going. Okay, and then he is going to kind of really quickly dart around you and
Rude.
do this one more time.
My AC is still 24.
Oh, that's right, because you shielded. Grr. Maybe he won't do that. Maybe he won't do the thing that gives him disadvantage. He will try to attack you, though. And he misses. That brings us to your turn.
Are these guys still within 5 feet of each other or no?
No.
Okay. So then I will just attack.
That's a hit. Which one are you attacking?
I hit?
You did a hit. You did a hit.
I did a hit? I mean, fuck that one in particular. I have to get my clicky out. Fuck that one in particular.
Okay.
You are a fighter. You have done a fight.
I've done a fight.
Okay. And what type of damage is that?
This is psychic damage.
It is psychic damage. Okay.
Does psychic damage seem to affect this creature?
Does. You do
Excellent.
that and he seems to reel. That would have been hilarious if it didn't. As much as I want to say no.
I had that thought.
As much as I want to say no just for the meme, no, it does in fact affect this creature.
I would have rioted in the streets with you, Erin.
Just the one attack that you fucking land, it just does nothing.
That one can't. And that is a blade, boom blade, by the way.
Okay.
So he can't take attacks of opportunity against me. So I could go
So he's boom.
over here.
Lightning bolt on him. That's you will
But
be
you're in
entering the
Moonbeam.
moonbeam if you do that,
Oh,
but
shoot, Moonbeam. Can't do that. Don't want to take attack of opportunity.
why not, dude? It's the best.
What do? I'll take the attack of opportunity. Attack of opportunity. Sorry, can't talk.
Okay.
Tired.
So you take one from the one up above you.
Right.
He's gonna try and yeah. Boom. Cool, he misses.
Okay.
He rolled 2 2s.
Excellent.
Even
Thanks for
with
the
disadvantage or advantage, it wouldn't have mattered. Okay. Boom. That puts us on to this guy's turn. So he needs to make a save because of Moonbeam. Boop. And this one also fails. So go ahead and roll your Moonbeam damage for a juicy 10.
Booyah.
Okay. He is going to just go boop, 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 boop. And Mira, he's attacking you.
I don't like it.
What's your armor class?
11.
Okay. He's gonna hit you. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please, and thank you. Hey, that's pretty good. Cool. So you take 7 slashing damage, and this dude basically just like reaches out with an appendage and like flays part of your arm, like straight up.
I look up as a reaction and cast Hellish Rebuke by saying, "Hey, fuck you."
Sure. He needs to make a dexterity save for that. And okay.
Oh, come on.
All right, so he's gonna take fire damage. Okay. You burn him. That's his turn, and then that's your reaction. And now it's your turn.
Cool. I'm going to Eldritch Blast him.
Yeah. Hit him with the blast.
Oh yeah.
Sick.
That's a miss.
That's all I can do. I have
Okay.
to pee really bad. I'm so sorry. I'll be right
That's
back.
okay. Do your thing. Olivia, the one beside you, is going to attack you as well. It is going to hit.
I'm gonna shield.
What does that bring your armor class to?
24.
He still hits.
What the fuck?
Please make for me a Constitution save.
Do I only add my intelligence on concentration saves? I believe so.
Yeah, this is not a concentration
Yes.
check, although you might have to make one after this.
All right, Constitution. Excellent. Is 3 the DC?
Cool. Believe it or not, 3 was not the DC for this ability.
All right.
This creature just lashes out towards you, and I imagine you try to block it out of the way or whatever. With your offhand, he straight up amputates your arm from the elbow down.
Okay.
You don't take any damage, but
There's really cool prosthetics in Eberron.
yeah, you now have one hand, but you don't
Well,
take any damage as your
I
arm
don't-
is literally just like severed off right around the blood vessels and everything, and then sealed at like the blink of an eye. There's probably a bit of blood, but
I
it's not enough
don't-
to actually cause you damage.
Even think your brain would recognize that.
No, like straight up.
So,
But yeah, that's gonna give disadvantage on some things, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
my crowbar checks.
Yeah. And as this happens, this clockwork creature that is like looking into you with one of its eyes kind of like rotates and like the lens zooms in on you kind of, and it just says to you in common in like a very kind of hollow sounding voice, "We will free you from your flesh." And that's its turn. Ares, it's on you.
Doxy, I lost an arm.
What? Holy fuck.
It attacked her, and it hit with disadvantage. So these guys, just to let you know a little bit about how this mechanic works, if they're just trying to do damage, they can just do damage. If they're trying to amputate an unwilling creature, they give themselves disadvantage. But if they hit and you fail your con save, they just lop something off.
Don't worry, Luke Skywalker lost his part of his. He's fine.
Yeah.
Can I get 2 in the moonbeam? It looks like maybe one's just outside of the circle.
If you put it, ugh,
Yeah, I don't think I can
not
get to.
quite. Yeah.
All right, I want to move it all the way back to back towards me.
Like here.
The number 3 guy. Yep. Yeah, but on the downside.
So like this.
Boom. Yep.
Cool.
And then I will use my archer ability once again and fire a arrow.
Okay. That's
that
a
one.
hit. That's
Yes.
definitely a hit.
All right. And that. Sorry, I gotta go back to my traits. 1d8 plus 3 radiant damage.
Okay. So
I'll take it.
that's a D8 and then another 3 on top of that.
Yep. So that'd be 9.
9 altogether. Cool. You blast him with a bolt of radiant damage. That one's looking pretty rough. And now it's okay. Now it's this guy's turn. He's in a booming blade. He's aware of that. He is going to. Ooh, can he do that? Why are you not the amount of feet away that I need you to be? Let's go with. Yeah, why not? He is going to. You just see like a little compartment on his chest kind of open up, and it just starts like almost what looks like a mist kind of leaks out of it. But for those of you who are close up, they're actually just tiny little like inorganic life forms, almost the size of flies, that just kind of coat his body and the body over here, and they both gain a little temp HP. That's his turn. And he's not going to move. Olivia, it's on you.
Okay. I stab.
Stab him. Does it miss?
All right. I move.
Mm-hmm.
I move here. In 15, so right there. So I'm behind this thing now.
Okay. Yeah. Good call. Alrighty.
I leave my arm.
You just leave your arm on the ground. It's this guy. He needs to make a check for Moonbeam. And he fails spectacularly. Go ahead and roll damage on your Moonbeam, please.
Moonbeam. 6.
6 is not amazing. It's not horrendous. He is going to take it.
It is what it is.
6. He's looking rough. He is going to attack you, Mira. Let's see how this goes. What's your armor class?
It's 11. Stop making me
I'm
say
sorry,
it.
I have to keep checking. He's gonna hit you. He's gonna hit you. Go ahead and roll for me a Constitution saving throw. That sucks. Well, the good news is you take no damage. The bad news is that he straight up removes one of your arms from the elbow down. We'll say your left arm, because I'm being nice. And it just plops to the floor. And
Can I make a dexterity save to catch it?
Yeah, sure, why
Yeah.
not? Make a dex saving throw to catch your yeah, no, you're just in shock and it just plops on the floor. That's his turn. Actually, he's gonna move.
I'm going to attack of opportunity against him.
You don't get one because he stays within your threatened range. I mean, technically his move is this, if you want to have it mapped out. But yeah, he doesn't leave your threatened range. But it is your turn, so you can do an attack of regular times on him.
Nope. I'm gonna teleport to my cousin.
Okay, is that an action to use that ability or a bonus action? How
I'm
does that
pretty
work?
sure it's an action. I'll have to reopen that page. I'm so sorry.
That's A-okay. I just don't want you to get screwed out of an action if you still have one.
Appreciate you. Handsome and kind. Look at this guy.
Well, if we're gonna follow the rules, we gotta follow all of them.
Oops, it's not totem. Talisman.
Talisman is the one you're looking for. Yeah. Except the rules we don't like. Yeah, exactly. Like flanking. Screw that rule.
Go ahead and move on to the next thing while I find this.
Sure. Hey, it's the next thing. He is going to go. Boop. Ugh, he can't quite get to you. That's a shame. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and do that.
it's use your action.
Oh, it does use your action. Okay, perfect. So that's a 10-foot radius also. Okay. Apologies. I'm just trying to get Roll20 to... trying to wrangle Roll20 right now is what's happening. There we go. This is what I want. This is what I need. Let's go ahead and do a big one of these. He's gonna do that right here. This guy comes over and just like extends an arm and just blasts forth a bunch of slick oil towards you guys, which is fun. Anyways, that's his turn. Ares, what's up?
My friends, where did you go?
One of them ran away and the other one just disappeared.
All right. Yeah, so still in starry form, we're going to move the moonbeam back onto that one.
Okay. Like here?
Yeah, that'll work.
Perfect.
And we'll use our starry form archer ability. Nope. It's a 10. 10.
10 is a miss, unfortunately.
And I'm going to just do a little bit of movement backwards here.
Yeah, sure thing.
I think I can go up. I'm having a hard time. No, I can't see there. Ah, sorry.
Whoa. Ares has entered the 6th dimension.
Yeah. Okay, I have to zoom all the way out. There we go. Okay, in turn.
You're good? Okay, cool. Stop. That clockwork transgression is like, yo, star guy, what's up with all that situation? This is like a thing that I hadn't really prepared for. I don't know if he even like can do anything to amputate, so he's just gonna attack you. Like a normal boy. He's gonna shoot at you with the cannon that they have and miss horribly. So that's fine. Olivia, it is your turn.
Yeah. I'm going to yell back at Ares, like, Ares, we're over here. Be careful. Don't let them hit you.
So, when you move, I
Uh-huh.
need you to make a dexterity saving throw,
Oh.
please.
I don't want to.
Because you're greased.
I see. Unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, but hey, you, I think passed it? Yeah, you passed it. You don't fall
Okay.
over.
Excellent. I check.
Cool. Cool.
Uh,
I'm sorry.
Poor those guys. But like this is there's just like a. I wish the map was 5 feet larger.
You do?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You could be 5 more feet away from me. That would be preferable.
It is their turn. Hey, it's the guy in the moonbeam. Go ahead and roll your moonbeam damage, and let's make a con save for him. He fails. I will be
That's good news.
flabbergasted if this doesn't kill him. Okay, he's dead.
Yay!
The radiant light from Moonbeam just does burn away.
My friends, one down.
All right, we'll delete him.
You're amazing, Aries.
Okay, Mira, it is your turn.
Great kid. Don't get cocky.
All right. I'm gonna step out. I know that I have to make the dexterity save.
Yep. You're fine.
And then
You
I'm going.
Elegantly pirouette out of the grass.
Bitch is like ice skate. All right. And then I'm gonna cast mirror image.
Yep.
Good
stuff.
And that's all I can do for my turn.
Yep. But you are
But-
protected.
I'm happy with that turn.
I would be too. Okay. Next
Actually,
up
no. I'm
Okay.
gonna get. Sorry, I'm gonna get around and away from this guy so that he has to keep using movement to get to me.
Sure. Okay. Next up is, hey, it's that guy. You see, like, he just kind of looks over really quickly at the corpse of the one that just fell, and you see their, like, as much as you can see this in a being like this, their demeanor almost changed. Like, you see the knives come out on both hands.
What?
Is going to run at you. And boom, boom. Oh my god. Okay, so with mirror image, they have to roll a d10 to determine whether it hits you or not, right? Does that work?
I have to roll a
D-
d20.
20.
Each time a target with an attack, its spell's duration, roll a d20 to determine whether it attacks. Okay, so go ahead and roll a d20.
I don't know whether I have 2 or 3 duplicates.
You have
You-
3 when you cast the spell.
Okay.
And you just lose one, like, as you
Okay.
lose them.
So I'll put a little 3 there so you remember that.
I beat it.
Yeah, so you rolled more than 10, and you
I
have
rolled
3.
more than 6.
Or more than 6 for the first one, that's right. So that means you're down to 2. That first attack that he made would have just, like, eviscerated you if it had hit you. But hey, it hit an illusion. It was a crit. And he's going to attack you second time, which is also going to hit. So go ahead and roll a d20. And, yep. So another illusion's gone, but you just
No,
missed
he hits
twice.
me because it needs to be an 8 or higher once I'm down to 2.
needs to be an 8 or higher. Gotcha. Okay. So the second one was a normal attack. So you're gonna take 6 slashing damage. Okay, that's it for them. Ares, what up?
I gotta run. Are we going to move the moonbeam back on top of that guy?
Yes, sir. Like here?
Yeah, that'll work. And how do I use this to move? How do I measure movement? Oh,
Uh,
I don't know why it's being like that. That's hilarious.
I don't know why it's doing that. It's so funny.
Yeah.
If you on the top left in the bar there's a little ruler in the circle. If you click on that, and then you just press.
Ah, very good. Okay, so yeah. All right, we'll just use our starting form. We're going to shoot another radiant arrow.
Cool.
Another
That is a
10.
miss.
All right, this guy's getting a little too close. So I want to move, use my full 30 feet movement to just move straight down, back down the corridor, but I'm afraid to touch it.
I can do it for you. That's okay. So 30 feet
Okay.
will put you right there.
Okay.
Okay.
In turn.
Next up is his turn. So go ahead and roll your moonbeam damage.
Yeah.
He needs to make a con save. This time he actually manages to pass. And it's a good thing he did. Okay, so he's gonna take 8. Youch. And and you best believe that he's coming at you. He can make it there too. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, he's gonna attack you a couple times.
Boy.
What's your armor class?
How high does it need to be? 15.
Okay, so the first one misses you, but his second attack is gonna get through.
Okay.
So you're gonna take 5 slashing damage, and because you're in your star form, this like doesn't really affect you. So yeah, no, you're fine. Okay.
Sweet.
Olivia, what's the GP?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna stab.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's a
hit.
hit. That's a hit.
Woohoo!
What if I
Hooray.
cast shield right now? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
How upset would you be? Okay,
I'm very upset.
I think that's not happening. Cool.
Mhm.
So you hit
Oh,
him.
I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move a bunch.
I was taking off his temp HP and I almost put minus 69. But I didn't. I did it right.
Coming,
Okay.
Erin.
Okay. Mira, it's your turn. This
I'm
guy's-
sorry. Did you say temp HP?
Nope. This guy's booming bladed. Okay. Go
All
ahead.
right. I am going to move down right here and stay in his threatened area.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna start whomping on the big dude. But first, I would like to hex my blade so that I curse it.
Okay. Go ahead and make, I don't know, Arcana check, if you would be so kind. Cool. Yeah, you do that.
Can I use my inspiration to reroll that?
Technically no, but I'll let you in this specific instance.
Can I just free action say that it's not built yet?
Yes,
Because I rolled a natural 20 on that insight,
that's
right?
true. You just know
On
that
that
this
Arcana.
is not put together. It doesn't have all the components that it needs to even be activated.
Moira, little one.
Okay. Then I'm gonna turn around and curse it, I guess.
Okay. And make a attack roll.
I did. Does an 18
Or
hit?
a damage roll, rather, because that hits. Yep. Hell yeah. Stab it.
It's cursed now. So, as a bonus action, choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The target is cursed for 1 minute. I gain a bonus to damage rolls against the cursed target.
Yep.
Oh, so add 2 damage to that. That was actually 10 damage.
Right, because you cursed him.
Yeah, and I crit on a 19 or 20.
Yep.
And if he dies, I regain hit points equal to my warlock level plus my charisma modifier.
Yippers. Okay. Copy that. It is his turn now. Okay. So roll your d10 from your image.
It's a d20.
Or your d20. I don't know why it keeps saying d10. I just have that in my brain. Okay, so that's higher than the number that you want, right? So that is 1 mirror image, and then go ahead and roll again.
Is he hitting the AC every time?
I mean, your AC is only like 13, right?
Yeah, its AC is... Hold on.
What?
Their ACs are 10 plus my dex modifier, so yeah, they're 10. So they're even worse.
They're
than
the
me.
same, yeah. Oh, it's just, yeah, because it doesn't factor in any armor or anything. So the second one also procs as well, right? Because you only need to hit a 10 on the last one.
Yeah.
So your mirror images are all gone, but because of that, you've just dodged all the hits from it. So that's his turn. Ares, go ahead.
I am off grid.
You're not for me, but let me just shift you there. That
Okay.
should be where you are.
Definitely move the moonbeam back. This
Okay.
is still within my minute, I'm hoping, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll move it on, on top of him there, and I will once again use my starry form to make an attack roll.
Okay. That's definitely a hit.
Yay. Let's see here. So that is, sorry. There we go. 9.
9 damage. Okay. He is looking roughski.
And as far as movement goes, I don't want to break the contact with them, but I do want to move back closer to the other side of the stairs.
So,
So move 10 feet south,
so
probably.
like down here.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Does this thing look damaged?
Oh yeah, he is looking pretty rough right now.
All right, very good. All right.
Okay. So next up is his turn. So go ahead and roll your moonbeam damage, and he has to make a con save.
Thank you lots. Appreciate you.
Okay, 14 is excellent. And he fails the con save, which means that this guy is Dunzo. Which takes him out of the order. Okay, Olivia.
Way to basically solo too, by the way.
That's insane.
Never used Moonbeam before. I kind of like it.
Moonbeam is an amazing spell.
It's very good.
Let's see.
It's especially good with the Star Druid because you can use your bonus action to shoot and your main action to just move it, right? Which
Yeah.
is awesome.
Yeah, this is groovy. I really like it.
Let's make sure I'm in range for this. I am not. Now I am. I imagine my Shadow Blade just turns into like a dagger in my hand as I throw it.
Oh, totally. Yeah, if you're gonna chuck it,
'Cause
absolutely.
it has the thrown property as well.
Yep.
And I attack.
Make an attack roll.
Ignore the bone blade part of this.
17 is a hit.
Nice.
That's 12 psychic damage. Throw
Hi.
your Shadow Blade right past Mira into this thing's chest, and then it disappears and then reappears in your hand, doesn't it?
Yep, it sure does.
Sick.
That is my turn.
Okay, Mira, it's on you.
Mir, I think you should run away from this creature.
I can't.
You can
Like-
disengage.
I disengage and run away.
Okay, so you're gonna run the 30 feet.
Yeah.
I just don't want you to lose another arm.
I just want to kill it and get temp health. It moves faster than me anyway. Like I
Yeah.
might as well be swinging on it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to attack it instead of moving, you can.
I think I do want to. I'm
Sure.
sorry.
That's okay.
I just don't know how to attack it right now because I haven't hit them with an Eldritch Blast yet. I don't know if that will... Whatever.
Oh,
That's a hit.
He's cursed, so this does 13 damage.
13. Okay, perfect.
It had to be an 18 and not a 19.
That is exactly enough to knock it to 0,
Oh, thank
Nice.
fucking God. Okay.
which kills the third one. And then you are met with silence within the chamber.
I think we have to kill all these gooey balls.
I'm inclined to agree that we destroy this place.
Does anybody have anything, I don't know, explodey?
No.
So we're out of initiative
But
then.
You are out of initiative. Yeah, I can.
Alright.
I'll remove that. There's no
Just
longer.
coming walking down in my starry-eyed form. Hey man, you're an all-star. Get your game on.
Take
I
that.
don't think there's any reason why we have to destroy this place alone. Why don't we go get help?
I want to try to sever this thing really quickly. I just want to make sure that. Oh, that's you. I moved you instead of me. I'm sorry. I want to try to sever this really quickly just with my Mira blade, I guess.
Cool. Make an attack roll. Cool. That's a hit.
Too bad it's
Uh,
not cursed.
Roll damage. Did you get your temp HP back, by the way, from killing that guy?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's enough. Make me a dexterity save, please. Olivia, you also please make me a dexterity.
She wasn't standing there. She wasn't standing there. She was
She's
standing.
standing within 20 feet.
She. Oh.
In fact, everyone needs to make me a dexterity save. Cool. Olivia, you pass. Mira, you fail, and Ares fails also. I don't think this is really gonna matter, but just because rules, let's do it. You guys all take 12 force damage.
I am at 1 hit point.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm
So
not doing
this
well
thing
either.
just blows up, basically, is what happens.
Holy smokes.
Okay, let's not do it alone. But
Let's call Auntie about this one.
Well,
we need
how?
people to come to here so that we can defend from here.
What
in
happened
case
when the
anybody
ball
comes
blew
in.
up?
When the ball blew up, you saw all the other little purple balls flicker. Basically, based on what just happened, these are like repositories of arcane energy. Just being saved for one purpose or another.
Can we determine a safe distance for range attacks based off of that last
It was about a
explosion?
20-foot radius, so yeah, if you're more than 20
Okay.
feet away, you're fine.
I say
So-
that we stay back. You've got the power of the Eldritch Bless. You've got 120 feet on that.
It's true.
Question for the DM: Warforged Titan, are they just like Warforged but bigger?
Basically, they're just like your typical Warforged, but fucking huge. Is pretty much the over/under on that situation.
So I mean, this Warforged might not be a bad guy. He might just be like baby.
You can roll an
Right?
investigation check. Roll
Unless they're
investigation.
trying to like repair like a horrible like old Warforged that was a monster or something.
This Warforged, I mean, the most apparent thing about it to you is all of the armor plates on it look brand new. Like, it doesn't, this Titan has never seen combat. I'll put it to you that way.
This could just be a Warforged baby, guys.
Are you willing to take that chance?
I mean,
I am not.
This thing?
yeah.
I believe I have a 10-minute range on my starry form, so I want to just start pelting the other arcane balls on the other side of the room.
Yeah, totally.
Let me just hop on out of here.
I mean, you can basically, if you take the time, destroy all of them, like, safely.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to do
that's-
that.
Mhm.
Cool.
Is this a soul forge?
That's an amazing question. Why don't you go ahead and roll a investigation check or history or arcana, whatever you want. You can roll advantage just for asking that question.
I've already drawn my conclusions, I think, based off that 20 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Investigation, history, or arcana?
Yep.
I'm supposed to be proficient in investigation, but it's not giving me my proficiency bonus.
Just roll it and we'll add the +2.
I will guide you. I'll give her guidance on that.
Cool. You also have guidance.
Okay.
extra D4.
Thank you.
So that's actually a 15, 16, 17, 18. Cool. Um, you have this thought and you look around and you realize that like you've actually seen these purple energy balls kind of before, but not in this state. And the one time you saw something very similar to that was in a Soul Forge. And they are basically like jank retrofitted versions of like this is basically like a basement Soul Forge that like they made.
Wait. We can't destroy it without talking to historians. We can't destroy it without testing it further. This may be bringing life to the world. It's not our decision as to whether this exists or not.
Something else I will note here. When in the journals that you guys found from that guy, he specifically mentioned only bringing one of these clockwork creatures back with him, and you did just fight 3. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Not that that's really relevant to what's happening now, but yeah. So you destroyed the purple balls. I have a cool effect for this.
I think we need to talk to historians before moving any further on this. I know what just happened here. I know. I like point to my stump.
Yeah, your arm is just chilling on the ground.
But still, this is bigger than us.
I'm just taking a rest and just like sitting there. I was like, man, kill the Warforged infant. Don't kill the Warforged infant.
Well, I'd like to take the human body parts out of it.
There are no human body parts in it. All the human body parts are basically just scattered around like garbage. Based on what you've read, like the implication here is that each of these clockwork creatures was at one point a person,
Okay.
like a human being, and they basically have the capacity and ability to surgically replace any part of a biological creature with clockwork parts in such a way and with such speed that like the creature maintains itself if not changed by having a mind that works the way theirs does. It's that whole thing of like if you take a ship and you take it apart and like at what point does it stop being a ship? It's like at what point does it stop being a person?
Right.
Like it effectively tricks the soul into not leaving the body until the body is completely replaced with something else.
Aries, I
Interesting.
think you're a very wise person. And I agree with you that this is dangerous. But none of us here are experts on the creation of life. None of us have any say in this.
And,
I'm gonna start smoking a cigarette
the-
with my one hand.
Yeah.
let's
While they
take
have this
my-
debate.
I take my one hand and just like down towards you on the ground and just this like give me one.
Okay.
And you
If
see
you
my
want-
bone slide back in my arm.
I will take full responsibility. You can leave and I will destroy it.
I think we need to call people here, and I think we need to stay here in case dangerous things show
But-
up.
But who are those people? How do you know that they won't turn around and do this crazy shit that's already been done? Who do you
Perhaps they
trust?
could improve this technology. I trust the members of my house.
This is a weapon. You want this unleashed on the people of Eberron. I'm just saying. This is a weapon, and someone was trying to bring it to life. He'll come out of his starry form and says, "That's fine. You can do what you want, but this is a dangerous thing. Otherwise, these
Also,
things-
people.
I mean,
That
that's
is
a certain. That's an opinion.
That is a person that is in the process of being born. That's a
That is fine with
decision
me.
that is beyond us.
I will yield to that. That is fine with me. We better make sure that it does not fall in the wrong hands, though.
I mean,
So basically,
we
looking
pretty
around here,
effectively shut this thing down anyway.
like, well, with all of the energy nodes and stuff destroyed, this place as kind of like a janky basement soul forge is no longer viable. The
Yeah.
only real moral question here is because the one key component missing from this Warforged Titan is its heart, which is like in the room amongst other parts. The real question is, do you just leave it? Do you destroy it? Or do you want to put the heart in to allow the life to be created?
I would
Because
like to ask higher members of our house.
I can
Yes.
tell you right now, anyone that you ask within a house of an official standing is gonna destroy, dismantle this, and you would know that. Once a Warforged is already
It's not a
created,
person yet.
yeah. Once they're once they're already created, they're a person, right? Like they have a soul, they have a body, they can be brought back to life. They have rights now. Like Warforged have rights after the war. They have rights. They're people. They're a race. But all the Soul Forges have been shut down. This would be like the first new Warforged that's been born in like over 2 years since the war
Yeah.
ended.
Well, then we
Yeah.
talk to Black Dragon.
You know what? With my 20, can I know like where the heart's supposed to go and just like stick it in there and just like, nope, we're done. It's born
Yeah.
now.
You would yeah. I mean, you've seen these things. You
Like
probably
while he and I are going
Are
back
arguing.
and forth through
Yeah,
this.
you've probably torn a few of these out in your day on the battlefield, or maybe had to jam one back into a Warforged on your side. This is the thing, because Warforged have this like arcane coolant fluid that courses through them almost the same way that blood would course through an organic person. And the heart is kind of the thing that like processes and synthesizes that. So without that, like they aren't brought to life. So you can go over and basically there's just like a basketball sized like containment unit that's just full with this like blue arcane crystal that just kind of pulses with energy. And if you pick that, it has like a bunch of different stuff that like almost the same way a heart has ventricles. It has like things that attach. So yeah, you guys are just like having this conversation, arguing like, oh, we should tell someone. You're like, we should destroy it. Like, I don't know. And then from the other side of the room, you just hear like a groaning sound, a creaking of metal, and you look over and you just see Olivia standing there with like a leg up on this thing's leg, like because you would have to climb up to get to its chest, just standing there holding onto it with the heart in it that just starts like pulsating, like, and then you see like this fluid coursing through this thing's body, and you see all the gears and machinations, and it start to like whir. And there's like a moment here before anything happens that you're just like, well, it's done now.
I put my hands up and I go, I'm Mira. I'm a friend.
Oh,
I'm just gonna
shit.
I'm gonna grab the Warforged Titan's hand and like lead him out. Like, okay,
Yeah, so
I have to get my arm attached.
you do this and you see just like, and it's the faceplate on this thing almost looks like the front of like a train with a snowplow attached. Like it's huge, and you just see in those big empty eye sockets this like dimming of light that sparks at first, then slowly these two big purple orbs appear in this thing's eye sockets, and it just like raises its head and just like looks around the room with the furtive caution of a creature that just came into existence.
Happy birthday!
And looks around.
He's like, come on, buddy, let's go.
And just looks to you. It just says, okay. And you grab its giant hand and start leading it. And it just says to you, it says, what is... And it's like speaking to you as a child, but with like this booming voice.
And perfect
like,
grammar.
Yeah, it's just like, what is my designation?
Friend.
Friend. Logged. I am friend. Who are you?
Mira. That's mom.
Mira. Mom.
That's Aries.
Aries. Recorded. And like, as it's speaking, you can hear its speech becoming more fluent, because something that you would know on your Nat 20 check earlier about Warforged is they learn at a crazy fast pace for the first like few months of their life. Like this is the time when newly born Warforged during the war and a Soul Forge would be thrown into combat training, and within like 2 weeks, they're just like perfect soldiers. So like everything that happens to it between now and like 2 weeks from now is going to define its identity to a point where like it's like your soul basically. It's like this is what it's meant to do. And this is the first Warforged that has been made, I guess, in more than 2 years, because it's been about 4 years since the Soul Forge is shut down at the end of the war, and it's been 2 years since the official end of the war. But
I would shrug at Ares and I would say blame the blood loss, but you know, there's no blood, just a stub.
Yeah, I pick up my arm and your arm and crook them in my remaining arm.
it reaches
We need help.
friend like leans down and looks and is just like, Mira, Mom, you are functioning. We must find repairs. And with its one arm that is basically a giant hammer, it just starts like pounding away through the wall, like trying to get out of this chamber.
We can go up the stairs, buddy.
There's an easier way.
There is. We will go that way.
And then just like keep leading him down.
Yeah. And like I imagine you guys lead this guy all the way out to the top. So like allow me to just paint this picture for you. There's oh, I can't forget to put friend on the map. There is you guys you're going up to the tunnels, which friend has to like widen to like get through. But basically there's just like up on the surface level, there's a guy who's just like walking, like whistling a tune, like smoking a cigarette. He's like stops and leans against the wall, and he's like, oh, what a day. Well, another day, another dollar, I guess. Like you just have this car, and then you just hear like a and through that little hatch, which was like a 10-foot square, just this like eruption of stone sends cobblestones flying everywhere as friend bursts up through the ground with you guys in tow, and he just looks around and it's just like, where do we go now?
Home.
Where is home?
This way.
Okay. And you guys just start heading back to the car. The guy who's just sitting there is like holding his cigarette, just like hand shaking, just drops his cigarette and is like,
I think I'm gonna climb on the back of friend and like hold my arm out for Ares and like join us so we can all just ride back together.
My friends, this is crazy shit.
It's okay. We can train him to be good.
We adopted you.
Okay. All right, my friend, here I come. Oh, climb aboard.
he just is like, friend just pauses and says, Ares, Mura, Mom, all passengers accounted for, and then just starts making his way towards the conclave place. He's like, am I a transportation tool? Is this my designation?
Do you like it?
I do not like anything yet.
We'll find out what your designation is as we learn more about what you like.
That sounds fun. I like having fun. And with that,
We are the House of Travel.
carries you back to the conclave, and like you're just there and you see your auntie talking to Brutus like outside of the house, and they're talking and like shaking hands and stuff, and they both just stop and look, and your auntie does like a little hand clap, and Brutus is just like, what the fuck? You guys come over and he stops and bends down so that you guys can like get off, and your auntie just says, oh, what who's this new friend you've brought home?
This is friend.
Oh, and this is Ares. I don't believe you met him yet.
I have not. What a delightful young man you seem to be.
Hello, friend. I have been on quite the adventure.
So it would seem. So it would seem. And Brutus is just like, so hello? What's up with that?
He's our friend.
Cool. You know, It's super duper fine. I'm assuming this. Did you get one of the CTs?
No.
Their corpses are.
And I hold
gone.
up my stump.
Ah, I see you have had the fate of Horton befall you. I hope your house has better insurance than the dwarves.
I look to my aunt with question in my eyes, like,
She's
"You
like-
right?"
She just gives you like a nod. Says, well, where are the corpses at the very least?
I draw him a map.
Should we tell him?
The corpses are gone.
We destroyed them. Friends stepped on them.
I draw him a false
Uh-huh.
map.
Cool. He says, well, that is a shame, but
There are a few pieces left. There's a warforge there's a tavern in the lower part of the city, and he says that anyone that wants to fight him for it, he will deliver the pieces.
it's perhaps not. In any case, based on what I know, there are bound to be more of these creatures out there. But I wash my hands of this, and he just like walks away.
Probably for the best.
Mm-hmm. And
Friend, would you like to see the gardens?
friend just says yes with a question mark.
Maybe you will like flowers. And we can
Perhaps.
plant flowers.
Perhaps. Let us go. He just starts following your lead. Yeah, that's pretty much where I think we're going to end off this adventure for today. With the mystery solved, the CTs bagged and destroyed. The party made a new friend, for better or for worse.
And we made it.
This just as like a little audience.
Not in
vid-
one fucking piece, I'll tell you
And then,
that.
then we cut to the post-credit scene where after the fact we see from the shadows as you guys left the alley, some guy lurking behind a box from a different alley watching you. And as he watches, he squints and his eyes glow red and you see his face start to melt down, claiming the possibility of vengeance. But that's a problem for a different time and a different place. Maybe a different group of people, who knows? But
Protect us.
on that note, thank you all so much for playing
That was awesome.
in today's session. I hope you all had a great time. And thank you to every audience member out there watching. I hope you had fun joining us on this this adventure. So, without further ado, let's go around in the circle of pain. And Erin / Olivia, why don't you get us started? Who are you? How are you? Why are you? When are you? What year are you living in?
Hi, I'm Erin. I'm living here right now. I'm here on Fridays, always, which is fun. And occasionally Mondays and Wednesdays when these guys will have me. You can follow me on Twitter if you want to see puppy content, because my dogs are really cute,
You do.
and a shiny Pokemon.
The shiny Pokemon content actually slays me because Erin is just in the process of running what is effectively a puppy mill, but
A
for shiny
Poke Mill.
Pokemon,
It's my
Poke-
Pokemill.
Pokemon, nice.
Yeah, and so every screenshot is just like boxes on boxes full of innocent Pokemon that you're just like yeet,
Just
like go,
yeet
go,
in
release them into the
mass
wild.
quantities.
Yeah,
You know, if Nintendo would just let me like scramble the eggs or something, we could do that instead. But no.
they force you to have the Pokemon and then throw them away. So it's really Nintendo's fault.
True.
But yeah, Aries / Wally / at WallyD2. How are you? Where can these lovely people
Good.
find you?
I am on the YouTubes, Wally DM. I have a small D&D channel based on puzzles and traps and even some character creations. You can also find me on Twitter at WallyD2. And I also have a puzzle book on Drive-Thru RPG that is now a platinum bestseller. So check it out if you want some
Hell
puzzles in
yeah.
your DM game.
If you have
And-
a link to that and you want to drop it in chat,
Please
then-
do. We
Yeah,
have a
nice.
bunch of aspiring GMs
But-
that watch.
But yeah,
Fantastic.
that I can personally say that puzzle book is awesome. Also, Wally's
man.
puzzle videos are awesome. And if you like my videos and Wally's videos, we did a couple of collabs together. If you haven't
We
seen
did.
those, we did one around the stalking catfish, which is on my channel, and the one about the adapter, which is on Wally's channel, which are both monster of the week style monsters and also traps and like big encounters and traps built around them, which or puzzles, I guess rather, which is awesome. I really was happy with how those 2 videos came out. And
Yeah, those were a lot of fun.
they were a ton of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I suck at puzzles, so maybe I should invest in that.
See, puzzles are always one of my biggest weaknesses as a DM. So
Yeah.
like whenever I know
Hard.
something where I have to do puzzles, I literally just like look at that book or I like go watch one of Wally's videos. Like, cool, let's find a puzzle to use this week. 'Cause
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's great. Thanks everybody in the chat too.
anytime, man.
Thank you so much for coming on. We love having
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Aries
appreciate
is
that.
one of my favorite guest characters we've ever had. You cracked me
Aries
up so
was an
much. today.
absolute delight.
He was a
Yeah.
My
treasure.
friend. Oh,
This whole party dynamic just slayed me. It was so funny and so great in all the best ways. Also, I guess something that we should mention post credit scene. You guys both just get artificial arms, I guess,
Yeah,
or have your arms reattached via magic.
they're cheap in like Eberron.
Prosthetics are super
Thank you
cheap.
so much for the raid. We're
I-
just ending.
Aw.
Um,
I just can only assume that's what happens when you've been at war for 100 years in a magic type world.
yeah, prosthetics become super cheap. Also, well, I guess I'll say that for closing remarks. Doxy, do you have anything else you want to say here?
Just thank you both so much for joining us, and Josiah, thank you for yet again another amazing one shot. This was very fun. I love all the work that you put into these, and I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, this was a
And
ton
chat,
of
thank you
fun.
for coming and watching.
Heist games and investigation games are always so fun to prepare for because they always never go the way you think they're going to. So this was a ton of fun. Also, big shout out because this monster was an original monster created by Solar Cook, who's in chat right now, actually.
oh, nice.
Because this was the monster submission that won last month's DDD which is the Dungeon Dad Discord creature creation contest, which we do bi-monthly. Well, it's like each contest window is 2 months, and basically you can come in if you're interested in that. Check out the Discord. There's a link on the side there. You just come on in, go to the DDD channel, and you can submit your homebrew monster, and then we take myself and the mods at the end of the period. We take all the homebrew submissions. We pick which ones fit the category the best, and whoever is the winner, we do one of these. We do a one shot with it and play out the monster and stuff, and then you also get fame and glory and a cool yellow Discord name, and everyone knows that you're top shit for the next period. So yeah, big shout out to Solar who won that contest last period, and also for making a really cool and fun monster. This wouldn't happen without you, so thank you for making a sweet creature. You're gonna post the PDF as the monster as you wrote it in the Discord. Sweet. Yeah, absolutely. Post it in there. So if you want to use a Clockwork Transgression, the monster will be posted in the Dungeon Dad Discord. And yeah, I made a couple minor alterations just to scale it down for the level that we were playing at. Because for a party of 3, I was really worried that it was either going to be trivial or I was going to kill you all. So I had to make a few tweaks as it was written. But yeah.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Nice.
I very expected to die.
Yeah, I was fine until the arms started falling off. It's like,
You guys only lost 1 arm. The power that gets crazy is if you lose 2.
Okay, we have 2 arms like total.
1 arm each. Yeah, once you lose that second arm, it's like, okay, you're very limited in what you can do
I
now.
could still do my Eldritch Blast, right?
You know, I was mentally preparing for that. I was like, because it has somatic components. And I was like, would I let her still cast it? And I was like, you know what? My rationale was a soft no, but if you had pitched using your feet, I would have let you do it. If you were like, I kick it at him, I would have been like, okay, I'll allow that.
I don't know, like if I could have.
Also, my bone
Done
arm could
anything.
still slide out of my
protrude
stump.
your bone out. Yeah, that's disgusting. But yeah, any monster, it's like, because it doesn't do damage, but it's like a clock, right? Because it's like,
Yeah.
oh, and in any world other than Eberron, losing a limb is like devastatingly bad. But that's why this creature fits so well in the Eberron setting, I think, because losing a limb sucks in that combat, but you can always get a prosthetic. And then it's also like, a cool thing about your character. It's like a lot of prosthetic arms. Like how'd that happen? Oh, some dude surgically ripped it off. But yeah, they really cool monster, and they have a lot of fun lore and stuff behind them. So yeah. Anyways, thank
Frightening.
you so much. I will see all of you guys here on Friday for
We'll
Bite
do
Size.
bite-sized.
All right.
Hooray!
Until then, it's been real. It's been nice. It's been real nice. We'll see you when we see you.
Love you guys. Bye. Hang
Goodbye,
tight
my
for a raid.
friends.
I want everybody to raid. Please and thank you. You guys are still able to talk to chat for a few seconds here.
Goodbye.
Death approaches.
Death approaches. No.
Uh-oh.
If I submit a monster that's just really nice, can we just have a super chill monster of the week?
It's a friendly monster.
I love it.
If it wins, absolutely.